If you guys didn't know, shout out to Mark Dutch. Thank you for showing love. Let's go. And then we got Bubba's Crypto said, take 2 seconds and smash that like button. Love the Candle Mafia. Shout out to Bubba's Crypto. I love your avatar. It's my favorite avatar on YouTube. Shout out to you. It's a Frankie Candles logo, just saying. Shout out to Bubba's Crypto. Absolute OG of the channel. Thank you for the super chat. A $20 super
into my eyes, baby, look into my place in my mind, trying to find a way to get to you. All over the place in my mind, like a rumble in my head. Rumble in my head, my head. Rumble in my head, my head, my head. Rumble in my head, my head. Rumble in my head, my head, my head.
swag to me. My bass got that swag. My bass. Swag to me. That swag to me. My bass got that swag. Swag, 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 swag to make the my bass pop beef got swag to make the my bass pop beef got my beef got bass my bass pop beef got swag to make the my bass pop beef I got bass bass my bass pop beef you got swag to make the my bass pop yeah my pop beef got bass my bass pop beef got swag to make the my bass got that swag 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 swag. My bass, swag to me, that swag to me. My bass got that swag. My bass, swag to me, that swag to me. My bass got that swag. My bass, swag to me, that swag to me. My bass got that swag, 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 bass got that swag, 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 swag to make my bass pop, beef got swag to make my bass pop, beef got my beef got bass, my bass pop, beef got swag to make my bass pop, beef I got bass, 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 my bass pop, beef you got swag to make my bass pop, dad, my beef got bass, my bass pop, beef got swag to make my bass got that swag, 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 swag. My bass, swag to make, that swag to make. My bass got that swag, my bass, swag to make, that swag to make. My bass got that swag, my bass, swag to make, that swag to make. My bass got that swag, 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 swag,
respeto al Estado Bolívar. Y si algo he aprendido es que la gente está loca. Y si algo he aprendido es que la gente está loca.
I just wanna show you the true light. Light me up and make me feel alright. 'Cause baby, we are always shining bright. Take me home tonight. I just wanna show you the true light. Light me up and make me feel alright. 'Cause baby, we are always shining bright. So just live in the moment and enjoy it all. I be alone one more night. I just need you here by my side. You say that you know me, I see what you show me. It's hard to believe you were mine. my eyes. Baby, look into my eyes. Baby, look into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby, look into my eyes. Into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby, look into my eyes. Into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby. Into my eyes. Into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby? Look into my eyes. Can't you see that open wide? Would I lie to you, baby? Would I lie to you? Don't you know it's true? Girl, there's no one else but you. Would I lie to you, baby? Would I lie to you? Look into my eyes. Can't you see that open wide? Would I lie to you, baby? Would I lie to you? Don't you know it's true? Girl, there's no one else but you. Would I lie to you, baby? Would I lie to you? Look into my eyes. Into my eyes, baby. Look into my eyes. Into my eyes, baby. Look into my eyes. Into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby. Look into my eyes. Into my eyes, baby. Look into my eyes. Into my eyes, baby. Look into my eyes. Into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby? Would I lie to you, baby? Look into my eyes. Baby, look into my eyes. Baby, look into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby. Look into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby. Look into my eyes. Would I lie to you, baby, baby? To you, baby, baby. Into my eyes. Into my eyes, baby. Look into my eyes.
It's starting to get closer and closer, this ETF approval. It's the most anticipated thing to hit the cryptocurrency scene. Well, what are we going to be talking about today? Well, I'm going to keep this live short and sweet because I am going to be making an appointment come through. I've got to go somewhere, basically. Fucking hell, this guy. Anyway, so what's been going on? What has been going on? We're seeing the treachery of Mr. Market Maker sweeping the liquidity to the downside to only reverse it back up, ladies and gentlemen. What a story. It's getting very serious right now. We're in the final stages. Well, we are at the final stages. It's done. That's it. ETF approval should be happening. Sell the news event is what they're saying. But Standard and Chartered have started to put things into perspective and say that they're projecting around inflows around $50 to $100 billion. All right? What does that mean? Well, they're assuming that that's what effectively, the ETF is going to end up being. A market cap of around $50 to $100 billion. That's good news, all right? Because we don't really see any ETFs out there that have the same amount. If you pull all together the current Bitcoin or Ethereum ETFs, they only equate to around 56 billion altogether. And there's lots of Bitcoin ETFs. This is a spot Bitcoin ETF. Now, we're going to dive into that bad boy very, very shortly, but there's something else that's happening right now. You may have heard about the idea that this fee that they're going to be charging, let's just put it like this. Every single day we've been talking about liquidations, the shorts, the longs. These crypto exchanges are making money left, right, and center. Wall Street wants a piece of that flavor, ladies and gentlemen. Of course it does. Now we've got this fee war coming into play where cryptocurrency exchanges are going to be matched up to the ETF, which means that even guys in crypto are going to think, you know what? I might as well buy my Bitcoin from there. Why am I going to pay what I'm going to pay there? Coinbase or Crypto.com or Binance, Bybit. What's the point? I might as well go over and get it from BlackRock. That would be a nice instance, ladies and gentlemen. And I'm going to dive into that article just so that you guys can understand exactly what I'm talking about. At the same time, Standard and Chartered have actually come out with a price prediction of Bitcoin going to around 200K. Now, the problem with Bitcoin going to 200K is it could end up being like Berkshire and Hathaway share price. What does that mean? Well, ladies and gentlemen, I ain't going to give it to you all in the first instance. Mike always says to me, you always shoot your load at the start of it all. I was near enough there at that climatic point. I need to stop with these rude innuendos. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the live stream. Welcome to Traders Reality. My name is Tino. I'm a trader and I wear a waistcoat. Let's have a conversation. Here we go. All right then, what's that? What was that? Never mind. So what we got? What is this treachery of Bitcoin? Dear Lord, what are we going through? There's your vector candle recovery, ow, and then a vector candle reversal back up. We had this same logic this morning. I projected some movement on Ethereum and Bitcoin. It was mainly Ethereum, did this price projection of Ethereum right here, trading the logic of the blocks. And what we did was we anticipated that if Ethereum breaks this point right here, then we're going to see the target of 2241. We just quickly go over to that bad boy. I believe it was this one right here and where we are. So let me just bring up Ethereum. So there we go. So this last night I shared these price projections on Ethereum and Bitcoin. So this was Bitcoin last night, the V-shaped play. And I was talking and explaining to the Platinum guys what to anticipate because we were going into the Asian session. There was profit taking. They did a sweep lower. That's what we anticipated. A sweep down to try and bring it back up because that's what they do when it's consistent with building positions. All right. We go into the actual move itself and you can see they did the flavor, the sweep lower, and then they instantly reversed it back up again. These are V-shaped plays. It's a strategy within the hybrid system on the 5-minute time frame. The same thing came into play with Ethereum right here. Textbook block trade. The idea was if they were to break any of these block ranges, you're looking for vector candles, all right? And that's exactly what Ethereum ended up doing right here. You can see they broke the block, and on the block, the criteria for the block is simple. It must be breaking the block with a red or a green vector candle. That's what has to happen, because if it doesn't, then you're going to have yourself a little bit of tricky price action. It's not going to be a confirmed follow through. Okay, then going into this morning, we had this logic here that if they do break the 2269, which we did go in and explain it. So what we got here, So if ETH breaks the 2269, then we're assuming the move lower towards the side levels. However, if you look, you can see a cluster of red vectors, yellow arrow. This tells me lots of bids are being picked up in a concentrated range. The block support range sits at the 800 EMA, 2269. If this fails, then it's down to 2241. We go. And that, ladies and gentlemen, right there is exactly what happened. Look, but look what they did. They triggered it all the way back up. What did we say? The first move away from the psychological ranges at the start of the week usually gives us insight that they're going to start bringing it back. They've done that. It's finished now. Now we're waiting for the next play. Now we're waiting for the logic. Is this going to be the final move down to see price moving back up? Okay? So now let's put things into perspective. Let's go over to the dearly beloved BTC. And what we got this whacking of price all the way to the upside, to the downside. But let me just start talking to you about a couple of things, ladies and gentlemen. I was reading this morning about this bear case right here. This guy's talking about his bear is ugly. And he just talked about the idea of why the SEC might not approve the ETF only on the grounds of manipulation. When the twins themselves started an ETF ages ago, 10 years ago, they got denied. So they think that by the bear case, they think that that's going to be the case. All right. Well, I don't know. But let's just start looking at things into this perspective, right? Standard & Chartered right here, which is today's theme. Standard Chartered tips its 200K Bitcoin by late 2025 if ETFs are approved. Going into it, it says that the Bitcoin ETFs could attract inflows of around 50 to 100 billion in 2024. Listen, this is for an ETF, all right? An ETF. If we look at the current ETF, ladies and gentlemen, just bring that bad boy up for you right here. Let's just look at Ethereum ETF right here, okay? Now, ProShares Ethereum Ether Strategy ETF. Right now, we don't really have a market capitalization, and the average amount of shares that they're trading per day is around 47,700. Multiply that bad boy out by its share price. Happy days, you got yourself in principle a market cap per se, all right? But you can see at the start of it, we did see some movement higher, and then it's just rolled back down before it started its move to the upside. For anybody that does want to understand how to really, or from a holder's perspective, if you really want to know where you are with Bitcoin, pay attention to Coinbase, all right? Because Coinbase moves in sync with Bitcoin. If Coinbase is down, Bitcoin is down. But Bitcoin's a little bit more volatile. And of course, Coinbase doesn't trade all the time. So you've got to factor that into it. But the bigger picture is suggesting that Coinbase, on the back of Bitcoin moving up, is doing relatively well. Okay, let's just look at the weekly. We're getting ready to see a rise. The retrace continuation to the upside would be the logic right here with Coinbase if there is lots of hype behind cryptocurrency. And look, Coinbase is at 38.14 billion for a market cap. So it's doing really well. And given with this ETF flavor that's coming into play, there's a good chance that Coinbase is going to see the benefit from it, which leads me over to the next thing. Check this out. Spot Bitcoin ETFs be cheaper than crypto exchanges to purchase Bitcoin. If this happens, then we're going to have a wonderful time buying and selling Bitcoin because there's going to be a demand by investors to pay less. Cryptocurrency exchanges have been killing it right now. They've been making so much money off the back of liquidations and, of course, the fees itself. Check this article, check this table out here. Let me just zoom in for you. This guy wants to sneeze. Forgive me. Here we are. So it says right now that Kraken's trading fees are effectively, so it says here, we've analyzed the top crypto exchanges to compare how low these fees are. The chart below shows the transaction fees for some of the most popular crypto platforms, okay? So you got Kraken, Coinbase, Crypto.com, Gemini, Cash App, and Binance, right? Now, the chart shows the cost of holding equivalent values of Bitcoin for 1 year within the Pros Bitcoin ETFs currently awaiting approval, all right? So you can see that holding it with the cheapest one right there, I mean, not really looking at, well, it looks like, quite frankly, Valkyrie and Van X, should I say, would appear to be the cheapest one out of them all, next to Arc and Bitwise, there or thereabouts, okay? We go down as well here, you can see the trading fees are coming into play. You've got network fees on top of that. But what's going to happen, ladies and gentlemen, is what I think is going to happen is they're going to, as the ETF increases in value, they're naturally going to increase the prices. but just as an entry level, they're going to try and get as many people as they can to buy the ETF purely on the grounds of it being cheaper. Why am I going to pay X amount to Binance when I can pay cheaper over here with BlackRock's ETF or Bitwise or ARX or Fidelity? Okay, it only makes sense. On $2,000, you're paying $7.80. Okay, when we get $2,000 with Crypto.com, you're paying $1.50, and then you're paying $25 with Cash App. Gemini, you're paying $29. Coinbase, you're paying $12, and Kraken, you're paying $5. All right, so you can see who are the heavyweights in this is Bitwise, ARK, Fidelity, and BlackRock. All right, and with VanEck as well. Okay, so this pricing war is going to really trigger people in the idea that, okay, rather than Coinbase, I'm going to go all the way over to BlackRock. Okay, so Coinbase has got a lot to work with right now if they're going to maintain their share price or their market cap and actually have it increased. Now, these guys have gone onto the idea of a 200K Bitcoin. Check this article out. It's quite old, but it says here that what would happen if Bitcoin were to surpass 500K? So that means that if it were to do that, it means that we would have roughly, where was it? The article goes onto it and says, here we go. So in circulation, that'll be it will be $10.5 trillion market cap in this itself. So altogether, 500K Bitcoin would mean that in total, all the Bitcoin in circulation would be around $10.5 trillion, all right? 200K, just roughly half that, so about $5 trillion. Is that something that Bitcoin could realistically achieve in line with Standard's projection of 200K Bitcoin? Whether Bitcoin can do it or not, the problem that we will have, and this is what Bitcoin is being sold on right now, okay? This is the problem. Let me show you something. And then we get into the charts, ladies and gentlemen. Then we're going to talk about altcoins. We don't have much time. Here we go. Check this out. Right here is Berkshire Hathaway's share price at $500,000 per share. Averagely trades around 11,000 shares. There you go. 8,200 shares per day. Okay? With a good old market cap of around $800 billion, close to $1 trillion. All right? How many people do you think are buying a share in Berkshire Hathaway? Hi, darling. We've just got married. We've got lots of money. What are we going to do with it? Well, I think we should buy a house. Or I think, you know what? I think we should actually get a car. Or maybe we should, invest it. Stay in the flat for a little bit and then invest it in like a buy-to-let. Or, just try and generate a little bit of income. You come along with the big dick and say, fuck that. We're going to buy into Berkshire Hathaway. What? What's that? Oh, it's a company. Warren Buffett, the guy, the richest man in the world. It's his company. Okay. How much is a share? Well, it's $500,000. What, one share? Yeah. No, I don't want to. No, we can't do that. What? The missus is going to be a bit pissed off. It's not as appealing, is it? If Bitcoin were to get to 200K and even $500,000, then the average Joe ain't going to be picking up Bitcoin. He's going to be getting in the Satoshis. He's looking for the scraps. And if it were to surpass that amount, then there is a possibility that a new guy coming into cryptocurrency, because roughly around 4% of the world is adopting cryptocurrency. When everyone else starts to jump on the bandwagon, they're not going to get access to the main thing. And that's what I think could end up happening with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is then going to end up being closed off to the point where if you want to buy it, the fees are going to screw you, okay? See, right now, $40,000, $45,000, $47,000 Bitcoin, it's something that someone can actually buy. You're either going to go and get yourself a mortgage on a house for nearly $500,000, okay? Well, you can pick yourself up roughly just over 10 Bitcoin. Happy days. But if it becomes $500,000 or it becomes 200,000, it's not going to be as easily accessible to the average Joe to come in and pick up a Bitcoin. He will never own a full Bitcoin. You can never hold a full share unless you're buying it fractionally. Don't even want to be doing that. You're either buying a share or you're not. Now, the good thing about cryptocurrencies is Bitcoin gives us the option to buy it in small amounts. There's a good thing with it, okay? That's why they're advertising fractional shares in certain companies, because it encourages traders to step in and start buying the shares, all right? You can't buy Berkshire Hathaway. See what I mean? That's what I'm trying to convey to you. So you've got to have that in your mind, all right? So then when we go into articles like this and say, okay, the possibility of Bitcoin becoming 200K, is that still an amount that people can actually consume Bitcoin on? Well, only heavy hitters are going to be picking that amount of Bitcoin, because if you're buying 200K's worth of Bitcoin, there's no problem with you buying Bitcoin. Do you understand? All right? You're dealing, it's like a whale. If he's got, say for example, he's got 500,000, okay? He only needs to buy let's say he's got $50 million in his back, all heavyweight, high net worth individual, all right? He's got $50 million. He can go and buy 10 Bitcoin for 200K, and that's only 2 million. He's all good, all right? But the average Joe isn't going to get that exposure. So as much as we want Bitcoin to go to the moon and what have you, that's why you're seeing lots of people saying, Bitcoin, if you haven't purchased it right now, you're a fool and all of this stuff. That's on the premise that Bitcoin is going to go to that price point, okay? But with inflows of around 50 to 100 billion with regards to this ETF, once it does actually come into play, we're going to see the trickery of Bitcoin move up, move down. To get to 200K, we need big endorsement. We need trust. We need the SEC to kiss BTC's backside, okay? Now, I heard about the fact that BTC actually stands for, if I've got it correct, beta testing coin. And apparently the true coin is XRP. Not Bitcoin, all right? Bitcoin is just the probe, and it was created by the NSA. And anyway, that's getting into something different. If anybody knows about that, just give me some mad love in the channel and put something in the comment section. Speaking of comment section, ladies and gentlemen, I asked you a question, and it says, is a 200K Bitcoin realistic? And pretty much are all on the fence. 52% of you have said yes. 48% of you have said no, okay? Look, if the Bitcoin ETF will give Bitcoin the exposure of up to $32 trillion. Exposure. That doesn't mean it's going to take it all. I mean, fuck, if it takes it all, that means no one is invested in the United States government bonds. No one's investing in the stock market. And Bitcoin will end up becoming $5 million per share because everything has gone over to Bitcoin. See what I mean? The price points of 200K, in my opinion, will only rely on the adoption of Bitcoin in the ETF. Remember, this is the first time we're getting an ETF, spot ETF, where authorized participants are going to be buying it and selling it. Okay, they have to physically go and pick up the cryptocurrency. All right, it's the first time. Everyone else is synthetic. All right, if they don't hold it, they don't hold it. Grayscale, that's why they want to convert their trust into a spot, because they've already got 600,000 in their pockets, okay? So it's going to be a very, very interesting turn of events. We might get the flavor today, ladies and gentlemen. It may even happen today. You don't know, all right? But all I'm suggesting to you is you be very, very careful. Don't try and play the idea of missing out on this move, because you can see what they've done to traders that played that game. They've made them pay the price, sweep down, back up. That is a problem for me. That tells us how bad it's going to get on the back of the trader who's like, fuck, I've missed out on this move to the upside, or the ETF approved on this. And you know what? The sad truth is this, guys. People, once they find out the ETF has been approved, wherever they are only going to go and buy Bitcoin. They will buy it, and they will pay the price of getting slapped across the face. They really will, because it's just evident. We always see it all the time. Look at this. What is this guy doing? Hold on a second. Let's get into some chart price action. We've got some nice little flavor happening on the S&P right now, which is pretty decent. Here we go. Look at this. You're not taking them out. These guys have used their brain. This guy down here has used his brain. 45,806. He picked up Bitcoin from the lowest point, okay? Congratulations, Mr. Smart Retail Trader. Then we've got this guy up here. He's gone along at 46,990. He ain't too smart today, all right? He needs a little bit of a wobble on the head. And Miss is obviously screaming at him, and he's made an impulsive buy right there. Same again over here. 46,942. Someone's bought at that point. Bang, they've reversed it back down again. You're not shaking out the retail trader. As long as they can use leverage, as long as they keep on pumping into these exchanges, they're going to keep making the same old mistake every single time. Don't be that retail trader, right? Let's get to some price action. Here we go. Now, what we got, I just need to have a look at the S&P right now, because I'm currently in a short on the S&P. Managed to take advantage of it, and I want to, this is on a funded account, performance account with Apex. Right now I'm in $843 gain, and I've only got in principle, I'm only using 15 micro contracts. The idea for me is to load up more contracts. So if I place an order here to effectively sell, I'm going to sell another 15 contracts on the back of that. All right. And then my value of my contract increases, but I'm expecting a bit of volatility to come and I'm hoping it gets filled. And you know what? We're not going to do that. We're just going to open the trade. Going to go into it. So now that just doubles up my position. But the problem that I've got is the markets will be opening very, very shortly. I want to try and see if I can sweep it down to 1,000. And then hopefully, because I've doubled my position, okay? So my entry is now, average has moved down even more. But I'm trading at the low point of the range. I'm going to try and, if they start to try and work their way back up, I'm going to pay attention to the order flow. I can see 139 bids, offers right here, which is a bit of a problem for me, but 232 right there would then say to me that they could be selling. So I've got to be very, very careful here because I've loaded up my position. And if it goes against me, then I could end up losing, not losing, but I'll take less of a profit. So I'm waiting for the next 5-minute candle, which is in around 2.5, 3 minutes time, to go and sweep lower on the bids. On the bids. I'm seeing activity picking up right now. This is very interesting. Hold on. I can see only sellers are coming in right now. 232 on the offer side, on the bid side right there. 110 on the bids coming in. They're pulling off the ask. And there we go. Big jump there. So that means someone's inside of here looking to try and force the market down lower. If I just bring on Exo charts for a second, just to put it into perspective for you all, and then we'll get into Bitcoin price action. So I just wanted to show you this. All right. We can see on the range chart itself, we've got potentially exhaustion down at here. So they could actually, I mean, the delta's starting to slow down inside. As you can see, it says -17, -6. I may need to get rid of this because they could, I've got an imbalance there. So I might need to wait. I'm waiting for the start of the new 5-minute candle, which is in 2 minutes time. If they surpass the 4,222 bid side order there, then I'm going to get out of this because there's no point. Here we go, 128 right there. I really need to see them show resistance at this point because 232 orders came in here. Here we go. Here we go. I might need to take it. Yeah, I'm going to take a $500 gain on that. I'll take that. And that's what happens. You know, you load up, okay, with the idea that momentum could pick up and then see if it can actually work in your favor. But look at where we are in terms of time. The market has taken a slump to the downside before the market opens. We're trading at the lows of the profile right here. And we saw that 132 orders coming in on the offer side. So that could have been the clue for me that they could actually be reversing back up. Now we got 192 right there. So these are the things that are going through my mind. Look, now at the 4526 region at 4,774, they could actually continue down lower, but I'm not going to take that risk because I've already taken like 15, 20 ticks off it anyway. I'm cool with that for the day. But later on, when the markets settle after the open, okay, I'm going to be trading at around, hopefully around about 5, 6 o'clock. That's when we're going to see the reversals back up after they've smacked the ranges. Because, of course, the S&P and the NASDAQ have taken a little bit of a tumble to the downside, as you can see right here. Which means that if Bitcoin is going to follow the NASDAQ and the S&P, we're going to anticipate the same fate for Bitcoin. Which means if we just go and have a look at this bad boy, we've got this green vector candle right here, which poses as a bit of a problem for us. Okay? Now, where are we, ladies and gentlemen? Right now, we're at the whole and half number zones. Okay, then. So let's understand where we are in terms of the order flow. Firstly, do we have anyone showing interest? Here we go. We've got Bitcoin on the book map. So let's just zoom out a little bit. We've got any activity. Limit sales are coming in at -14%. Okay, we've got a little bit of flavor coming into the top side of the move. All right, lots of liquidity up here at 47,650. When we see this, we think, oh, yeah, Bitcoin. Yeah. No, we don't. Why? There's not that many orders up there. There's not that much liquidity. There's only 193 Bitcoin orders at 47,600, 175 Bitcoin orders at 47,500, and then 142 Bitcoin orders at 47,450. Naturally, these are areas where people are going to sell into. So I need to understand where the tradable amounts are in reference to Bitcoin. So what have we got here? Just before 50,000, we have got, 50,000. We've got 2.9 million on contracts. We've got 50,000. We've got 11 million order amount on the offers. We go into this area here, we got 48,000 with 3.482. Go down, we got 15 million at 48,000. Yesterday, it was 23 million. And then they went for that liquidity. Today, we've got 15.4. We look back in this chart and we can see that there are more guys wanting to sell than there are guys coming in on the bids, all right? So that only means that the guys are literally looking to see Bitcoin sweep to the upside and try and attack these offers right here. the more Bitcoin goes down, the more the bids are going to be retaining price. Where is the clear interest in these charts? Look at it. There are more sellers coming in to sell Bitcoin. Remember, we got unrealized profits of around 35% with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is already up 4 or 5% for the year, coming from the back of 2023, where it's up 164%. So you've got to say to yourself, hold on a second, no one is really selling when you look at it. People are saying like, look, it's rising, people are buying. No, people are selling right now, and they don't want it to go down. So the exchanges are naturally going to start merging their way up towards these price points, which we're seeing at 44 million. When did that come in? Oh, I didn't even just see it. It's at 44 million at 50K. So lots of these guys are going to start taking some mad, silly profits at the 50K zone, okay? Hey, Mr. Casper, how you doing, my bro? What is good? You know what? You nearly tempted me to go and buy me one of those treadmills, all right? But I'm a little bit of a madman. I went and brought myself a rower instead so I can like get on this rowing machine. It operates with water, so you got to fill it with water. But I realized that buying that was a waste of time because the water resistance ain't so strong. It's, I've got strength. I'm Greek. I'm full of nerves. I'm fucking hell. Like, yeah, anyway, I had my Hulk moment just then, ladies and gentlemen. I had my Hulk moment. But yeah, man, mad love to Casper, bro. Man, you got me into the fitness game, man. But I'm not even using it, so that was a waste of time. Anyways, so we get the idea about the order flow, yeah? These are projected points that they could go to. Now, these orders have been in the charts for around 14 hours, 8 days up here. We've got 19 hours at 18,049,900. So now let's go into the chart and look at it from a technical point of view on the logic of Bitcoin actually going up to that point. Because we've got the same shit as yesterday, ladies and gentlemen. Why? Tina, you're repeating yourself. Of course I fucking am, because Bitcoin ain't doing anything different. Fear and greed. That's it. The two things that we need in this chart. And that's all we've got. Bitcoin, here we go. So this is where we were yesterday. Bitcoin holding out inside of this range. Oh, Bitcoin up, Bitcoin down, and all of that shit. Up it goes. They cleared the liquidity. Remember, the exchange's obligation to the market maker is to ensure that he has the clientele for the market maker to transact. But the market maker's obligation is to make sure that when the exchange brings the clientele, he makes sure that there's liquidity there. Okay? So we have now got effectively a payday happening here. All right? Now, if there is a move to the downside, by the order of this liquidity here, it could encourage more bids to step in. But we see there's a high concentration of bids inside of this range right here. So we're going to assume that this price point of 45,854 is going to be an area of support. 45,854 would take us towards this area right here, which happens to be inside of the wick. So you must be very, very cautious with that flavor. Where are we at? S&P's rolled over, the piece of shit. Anyways. Now, going back into this logic here, we've got ourselves some very interesting play with regards to the blocks. This is on the 5-minute time frame, all right? I'll get into that very shortly. Let's go over to the daily for a second. What have we got here? Holders. How many of you are holding right now? How many of you are in profits in Bitcoin right now? How many of you? Type 1. Hit that 1 button on your computer. And whilst you're doing that, make sure that you like the stream, because I want to thank you all. It's been a mad turnout on these live streams, man. Mad love to everyone passing through, liking the streams, putting your comments and what have you, helping the algorithm, sharing the word on the Traders Reality channel with the flavor of the good old waistcoats. I'm due to get myself some more waistcoats, but yeah, that's another story anyways. But yes, how many of you are actually running longs right now? I'll get into some altcoins very shortly. The market's about to open. S&P is doing fine. Okay, so you're all pretty much in longs. Type 1, 1, 1, 1, 1. All right, then, cool. So most of you are in longs. By the logic of a day holder, the guy who's just in his living room, sat down, reading his newspaper. Oh, I got a bit of Bitcoin. Let me just check in on it, all right? This is your confirmation candle. The idea is that at the end of today, this candle can close positive. Confirmation has come into play to see Bitcoin move up. Why? Because price is above the 5 and 13 EMA. Look at the rejection. Look at that. You have no reason to get rid of your Bitcoin position unless Bitcoin comes down below the 13 EMA, which takes us all the way into the 44,392 zone. Now, this is for a person on spot. Leverage trader, you're going to get smacked. Do not use too much leverage, okay? Don't take what I've said for the holder and apply it with the logic of a scalper. Anyone that's using the mindset of a swing trader to scalp is getting slapped, all right? Don't scalp and then turn into a swing trader. The only time you become a swing trader is when your scalp, when you're looking for 5, 10 ticks, ends up going in your favor by 50 or 70 or even 100 ticks. You lock in 50 ticks and you go and bang them. You get my idea, okay? But do not be a scalper with the mindset of a swing trader. Do not be a swing trader with the mindset of a scalper. I see it all the time in the Discord. Oh, I missed out on this opportunity. Oh, Bitcoin continued in my favor. Or Bitcoin did this and Bitcoin did that. What reason are you given to get rid of your position? If that reason is not set in stone when your profit is visible to you and you've got a trailing stop, if it's not visible, set in stone, then you have no reason to close your trade. Trading can be as simple or as complicated as we make it, but 99% of the time, we're the motherfuckers that are making it complicated because we have that little battle with ourselves. Should I? Let me go and have a look on Twitter. What are they saying? Bitcoin must go down to that 12K, must go down to that 8K. We ain't interested in 8K right now because it's nowhere near it. Don't need to talk about it. When we start working our way down, then we'll have a little conversation, a little bit of a reminder. Right now, we're working movement. Right now, we have no reason to sell our Bitcoin. But the ETF is going to bring volatility. Okay? So just put that into perspective. The only thing that can actually rock Bitcoin apart is the ETF not being approved. Is it high enough? No. Bitcoin is not high enough just yet, ladies and gentlemen. And Bitcoin is showing promise of continuing higher today because it's the countdown, man. Tomorrow is the day. If they don't do it tomorrow, by order of the court, then we're going to have ourselves a very interesting problem. Bitcoin might react and drop. So be very careful. But, of course, I'll be going with the lives. And if they do, I'm going to do this. If they release and approve the ETF and Bitcoin does the flavor, I will try and jump on a live. It might be unannounced, but if they do approve it, then happy days. I'm going to jump on the live and bring the flavor to all of you on the live streams. Now, okay, let's get with the flavor right now. So what we got, it's 1:30 shoot. I've got to be very, very quick, guys. So it's now, Bitcoin is currently sat at the VWAP itself. We're going to probably see some sideways price action, all right? But what you want to be paying attention to is how the S&P and the NASDAQ are going to be behaving, all right? So let me just go into the S&P for a second. Actually, no, it was all right. Actually, it was okay. Did that area actually play out for us? Let's just quickly have a look at it. Where was that? No. Did that area actually play out? Yes, it did. Happy days. So we got out good from that because it was at the lows right there. So they rejected. So that was a good close on my behalf. Opened prematurely, but never mind. Okay. So we're going to see profit taking happening on the S&P. So just be mindful of that, ladies and gentlemen. Quickly going into Exo charts itself, going over to Bitcoin's profile. Well, what we've got is right here. We're currently trading at that. Remember what I said last night about the profile of Bitcoin's value down below was around about 4,000 or 5,000 contracts. Now we're starting to see the value area high of Bitcoin on the 5-day chart showing the same promise. Look, you can see we've got 4s and 3s and 2s, okay? Problem is the value area higher is consistent with reversal. So you've got to be very, very careful with that. So go back into Bitcoin, have a look at where we are on the 1-hour time frame. We have nothing to worry about on the higher time frame on the day chart, but on the 1-hour time frame on the 1-hour time frame on Bitcoin, we've got a bit of a situation. The 5 and 13 EMA are trading sideways. There's contraction, there's condensed price action, no volatility, no trading. If you're going to trade it on that principle, there's no trading right now because you've got no reason for it. Let's take the first example right here. Remember when I said to you guys just this week to take a picture of this? This is what you're looking for with the 5 and 13 EMA. That's exactly what you're looking for right now. Logic says that this is where we are on the 5 and 13 EMA with Bitcoin on the 1 hour. Price action up, it's come down, it's compressed, it's below the 50 EMA. So that makes life a little bit difficult for us. But we've got sideways action on the candlesticks. What are we looking for with Bitcoin? We are effectively looking for Bitcoin to break this range and show the first expansion of the moving averages. This could take 2 hours to complete, okay? Where you see a true expansion. Because look at this, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 hours it took Bitcoin to break out and present the green vector candle, okay? This is the structure that we're looking for with Bitcoin right here. How's it started off? Green vector, stick with me on this one. I'm leaving this one with you, okay? And then we'll tune into more altcoins tonight. I promise you I'm going to go through a lot of altcoins tonight. I'm going to break it all down for you. If I can get through about 50 altcoins tonight, then happy days. So make sure you tune into tonight's live stream, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. Look at this structure here. Green vector candle, 50 EMA flat, 5 and 13 EMA flat. Cool? Price recovers the green vector candle. Fine. What are we expecting from this point if it's going to hold true with support? We're expecting the candlestick to come in and shake out the range and reverse back up. Put the logic together. Where we at? Point of control. Likely to come back down to fill these imbalances. Next point. Let's just go over to Bookmap. Look at this. At the VWAP, we could see a sweep of the VWAP to come back down, pick up the orders to start moving back up. Sell orders are coming in at the top side right here, but the book is imbalanced to plus 17%, suggesting limit buys are coming in, okay? So price is coming down. What we're looking for right here is exactly what we need to see happening over here. So let's talk into the future. Okay, fine. What have we got? We've got Bitcoin, green vector candle, expect a recovery from it. Expects consolidation sideways inside of this area. So let's draw it out for you. Drop, consolidate. Then you get the shift to the upside. That is what the logic would suggest, because it would then show you the green, the 5 and 13 EMA consolidating sideways, and then you're looking for a candle to break out. If Bitcoin does not break out this move to the 47 zone to the upside, there's no point in looking for longs. For the momentum trader, for the day trader. If you're going to load up on your longs for as a holder, different story, okay? But what we're looking at right now is Bitcoin anticipating a retrace back down to take away this green vector candle to repeat the same process that they've got right here, because the moving averages have consolidated sideways, okay? Cool. Ladies and gentlemen, listen, mad love and respect. I will be checking in with you all later on. Make sure you head over to tradersreality.com to get some of the flavor of these setups that we put out for the platinum members and the gold members. And I will be checking in with you all later on tonight. Mad love and respect. Make sure you get to tonight's live stream. It's going to be the altcoin game. Take care of yourselves, gang. Peace.
Are you wondering when is the best time to buy Bitcoin? When should I buy in 2024? When is the best time to buy my favorite crypto in 2024? Maybe you missed buying at the bottom of the market. That's okay. Maybe you missed this huge rally here. That's okay. Maybe you missed this big rally recently. And that is okay, because I'm about to share with you a little secret, a little inside scoop. You may not have missed the train completely, and maybe this could save your day and make a 2024 a really good year for you. If you're new here, welcome in. My name is Steve. On this channel, we don't take any paid ads, no paid sponsorships, no paid affiliate links down below. What do we do instead? We talk about the cold, hard facts in the charts that actually help you. The only thing I ask in return is that you hit the subscribe button and hit that thumbs up button. Join the movement. This is our road to 500,000 subscribers in this bull run. Join the movement, hit that subscribe button. Now let's jump in. We're on Bitcoin US dollar index and we are on the monthly chart. What we have in front of you is the 2015 cycle, the 2019 cycle, and the 2023 cycle, all of which are highlighted with the Fibonacci retracement, okay? So if you go to your drawing tools right here and you click on Fibonacci retracement, what you're going to do is go to the cycle high of that market and then go down to the cycle low of that market, and you will have your Fibonacci retracement. All right, so we have the 0 level highlighted, the 0.38 and the 0.78. I do not have any of the others highlighted, and if you draw it precisely like I did, you will have exactly the chart you have in front of your eyes right now. And I highly recommend you draw this because Bitcoin is doing the exact same cycle each and every time. So we go from this red box into the yellow box. You can see here, red box into the yellow box, red box into the yellow box. What happens after the yellow box is the green box goes towards the top of this channel. The green box goes towards the top of this channel. The green box goes towards the top of this channel. What happens after the green box is the key to all of this. That's that little red circle. The red circle happens after the green one, and the red circle usually comes down in price. Red circle down in price. We are about to have our red circle. That's what I want to prepare you for, because even if you missed the bottom, even if you missed phase 1, even if you missed this phase 2, that means you do not watch my channel, or you watch it with the eyes and ears closed. Okay? If you watch my channel, you for sure bought at the bottom when everyone was screaming, don't buy above 10K, wait for below 10K, wait for below 10K, wait for 7K, 8K. And I said repeatedly, it's not going to happen. The bottom's in, okay? Then I talked about how we moved into phase 1, how this is the time to buy. If you missed the bottom, you got to buy in phase 1. So if you missed all of that, that means you do not watch the channel, and hit that subscribe button. I do not want you to miss any more big moves, but we got to talk about this little red circle, all right? Let's break it down so you completely understand what we anticipate to happen during our new red circle for this cycle based on the Fibonacci retracement. In order to understand this red circle, we have to understand our prior red circles. Let's start to break it down. 2015. Top of the market here, bottom of the market here. Bottom of the market always happens below the 0.38. Bottom of the market here always happens below 0.38. Bottom of the market here happens again below 0.38. What we notice about this 0.38 level is that it acts as our resistance during the bottom of the market. Case in point here, bottom of the market in this red square, our resistance right above our head is that 0.38. Look, resistance, boom, resistance, boom, resistance, boom. Multiple times of resistance. Case in point, our most recent 0.38 level was at roughly 26, 25, 26K. Boom, resistance, boom, resistance, boom, resistance. Multiple times this 0.38 at the bottom of our market was resistance. Now, as you know, whenever you break resistance, it turns into support, right? Tilt your phone to the side and subscribe. And when you have support, we have support at this exact level. We build what we call phase 1 of the bull directly on top of that. Phase 1 of the bull directly on top of that 0.38, and phase 1 of the bull directly on top of 0.38. So far, so good. Every single cycle has acted the same exact way. Now things get very interesting for this part. This is phase 2 of the bull. Phase 2 of the bull breaks out towards the top blue line. The top blue line is our 0.78. So you can see, case in point here, 2016, breakout, phase 2 of the bull, boom, top of the blue line here, okay? 2019, boom, breakout, top of the blue line here. And what are we in now? We are in phase 2. And what do we generally do in phase 2? We break out. Where do we break out to? We have resistance right above our head at the 0.78. Now I can't make this stuff up. The 0.78 is at roughly 48K. Now we said months ago that 48K was going to be a key area. And we said, watch out. Phase 2 of the bull is not going to go above 48K. We said that many months ago. Here we are today, breaking out in phase 2. And guess what? We have resistance right above our head. Guess where? At 48K. But we have good news, because each time the market has entered into this phase and was met with this blue line, we had a subsequent drop in price because there was so much levels of resistance at this 0.78 that it rejected the market into a beautiful correction, having one last buying opportunity for people who completely missed the boat at the bottom and completely missed phase 1 and completely missed phase 2. This is your savior. This is your last chance to buy Bitcoin, or anything for that matter. Look back at the charts. If you would have bought any of your favorite altcoins during July 2016 or August 2016, what would have happened? Those were literally the best times to buy anything in the cryptocurrency industry. Same here, case in point. Look at September 2020. If you would have bought your favorite altcoin at September 2020, it would have been the best time, right? That's what we're leading into here. So I'm going to break it down. We're going to start to break down this red circle. We're going to break down this rejection area here. And also at the end of the video, I'm going to give one of the biggest tips for for you to live successfully, to have more money in your bank account. And when you have more money in your bank account, you can have more money to invest. You can have more money for your future. You can have more money for your happiness. I'm going to explain that at the end of the video. So what we notice about this green circle is this green circle here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles to the top. Green circle here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 candles to the top, or in other words, 5 months. What are we at now? 1, 2, 3, 4. We're in our 4th month right now. So this month potentially could be our last candle, or potentially at the latest next month. So we're very, very close. Either this month or next month, we're going to start to see some rejection into our red circle. Now, we showed you some charts last week. In particular, one of the ones that we showed you highlighted what we thought was going to happen and when, okay? What we want to talk about is this rejection area. It comes at a very specific time in the market. It comes at a time when we are met with heavy resistance. You see this big wick here and it's pushed down here, but these are usually short-lived. Look at this wick at the top rejection here and look at this bottom wick here. These are really short-lived price action maneuvers that a lot of people will miss because their trade will not be filled, or they were sleeping, or whatever the case may be. But these are very short-lived. Look at this wick here. These are bought up real fast from smart money. All right, you do not want to miss it. We've got some rejection already. Look at this wick that we had in our last month, right? This is a pretty big wick. You're going to start to see some maneuvering down from this, okay? We don't see it yet because this is a brand new candle, but you could see some rejection coming already from this 0.78, okay? There's a long wick here. So if you haven't bought Bitcoin yet, this is not financial advice. I'm not your financial advisor, but get ready to buy towards the end of January or in February. In February, as it seems now, it might be even a little bit of a better opportunity, but more to come on that. But again, I just wanted to help out people who are in need with giving some pure, cold, hard facts. It's not likely that right now we shoot up past 48K. It's likely that we are in phase 2 of the bull. This lasts for roughly 200 days. And inside of that 200 days, normally we come down to retest our base, which happens to be our prior phase 1 high. So again, what you want to look at is a price below 35K. 35, 34K would be ideal. Again, Bitcoin may even hit 30K, but that order will not be filled. It'll be very short-lived. Bitcoin may hit 31K, but that order you place there will probably not get filled either. And it may not even get filled at 32K. It's more realistic to get in at potentially a 34-ish, 35-ish K area, and then you will potentially double your money within the next 12 to 14 months, which would be, a dream come true for anybody listening, okay? So that's my synopsis. I want to get to something that will help you even deeper. That's living below your means. I've talked about this a lot. If you do not live below your means, you will never, ever become wealthy. You'll never become wealthy. There's a reason why a whole bunch of athletes go broke. They didn't figure out how to live below their means. There's a reason why a whole bunch of lottery winners go broke. They didn't figure out how to live below their means. There's a reason why a lot of celebrities go broke. They never figured out how to live below their means. What I'm stressing to you is this is coming from somebody who's seen all the angles of life, right? I grew up with no money, on welfare, to teenage parents. Both of my parents dropped out of high school, and then we lived in a little shack. I know what that life is like, and I know what my life is like now. And what I can tell you is how I got to where I am now was living below my means. And it was not by accident. This was by design. Let me tell you a crazy story. So many of you know I have a wife. Many of you know I have a son, and my daughter is on the way. And what I can tell you is this is probably about 9 years ago. We were living on $350 a month. Now, I've traveled all over the world. There's a lot of countries that you could live on $350 a month. Now, let me explain. $350 a month was for me, my wife, and my dog. It was for room and board. It was for food. It was for fun. It was for my dog food. It was for everything you can imagine. We would go on $1 hot dates. We happened to be in the country of Mexico, living on $350, where a dollar hot date could get you a few tacos each. It was delicious, right? But again, I've traveled around the world. We could do it in all sorts of countries. Now, as we were living on $350 a month, Here's the key. I started saving money at 7 years old. I started paying for my own things as a teenager. As a teenager, I also had to pay the bills so that we could keep the lights on in my house. Having teenage parents who were not good with money, I ended up being far better with money than them at a very young age. So they looked to me to like, hey, we can't pay electricity. Like, they're either going to shut off our electricity or maybe you can pay it. So me being a 13-year-old or 14-year-old or a 15-year-old, that was my responsibility. So as I started collecting, saving up more and more money, I would work all sorts of jobs. I worked all through high school. I was really good with money. I had a nose for money at a young age, and I always lived way below my means. I had to buy my back to school's clothes. I had to buy my back to school shoes. I had to buy these kind of things that other kids, their parents were buying. I bought it, but I still had money to my name, and I still had more money than my mom and dad in the bank. And I still lived way below my means. I didn't go out and buy a flashy car in high school so that I can try to impress some girls. It wasn't my life. I was not interested in that. I knew how to impress girls with no money, and that to me was a better challenge. What I was doing is at this stage of our life, 8-9 years ago, we hadn't made it yet, but we had a 6-figure net worth and we were living on $350 a month. You do the math. Try to find somebody who has a 6-figure net worth, who's living on $350 a month and going on $1 hot dates with their wife. Find them for me. Where are they? You won't be able to find them. That's called discipline. And I also did it for this reason. You know, there was many times where we were at the supermarket, and if you break down $350, it's $12 a day. And at the time, we had a travel show, and I built a travel show around this concept of $12 a day. It was really cool. So there was multiple times we would be at the supermarket, and, you know, my wife is like, you know, please, I want to buy this. You know, it's a taste of home. You know, she's from Hong Kong. Mexico is a long ways from home. She wanted a taste of home, but it was out of our budget. And okay, if you want that, we got to put 2 other things from the shopping cart back. It was that level of discipline, having stacks of cash in the bank. That will lead to tremendous success. And I told my wife, hey, us going on dollar hot dates, us doing this $12 day, we had the time of our life. It was fun. It was incredibly fun. It was a challenge. And I told her, if we can be happy on $12 a day, we're going to be really, really happy on more money per day. I knew where we were going. I had been studying successful people longer than the charts. I knew I was going to be remarkably successful. I didn't know how. And at the time, I didn't even know crypto existed back then 9 years ago. I didn't know yet. But what I knew is if I had discipline and we lived below our means and we found happiness and joy in that, when you have more money, it just makes you more of who you are. If you know how to have fun on dollar hot dates and being able to live on $12 a day, supporting 2 adult humans and a dog, that's the key to life. I want you to really focus on how you can live way below your means. The problem is everybody is trying to impress people they don't even like. So they try to flex that they've got more money. Every human will do this. I don't know. This is so stupid to do this. Everybody's trying to show off. And for whatever reason, I was doing the exact opposite my whole life. I didn't care what people thought about me. As you heard in the other video, I was doing laundry in a shower out of a trash can, having money in the bank. Who would do that? It was a challenge to myself. I thought it was fun. And by the way, you know, I won't go into that part of my life. That was when I was single. I didn't meet my wife yet. But a lot of people will say, oh, how can you impress girls doing that? Ooh, I didn't have any trouble with that. I didn't have any trouble with that because I was me. I wasn't trying to pretend to be somebody else. I wasn't trying to impress people. I was me. If people didn't like me, who cares? There's more people in the world. That was my mindset. I was so focused on like me being disciplined, being focused on my dreams, being incredibly goal-oriented that my life took form and now I blossomed to where I am now. And it's all because of those habits that I built many, many years ago. And that's why I'm sharing these habits with you. So let me know in the comments down below if this connects with you. Hopefully, this is a wake-up call to live even further below your means. If you are living on more than $350 a month and you don't have 6 figures in the bank, wake the hell up. Wake the hell up. You may have an excuse. Oh, well, it's where I live. You can live anywhere in the world. This is 2024. Everybody's working online. Wake the hell up. That's my message. I hope it reaches you. Peace and love to the fellow underdogs. This bull run is our road to 500,000 subscribers, but I need your help. Today, tell one person about our YouTube channel, how we spit facts, go against the herd, take no paid sponsorships of any kind. Road to 500,000, let's go.
Everything you didn't want became a part of me. All the things you asked for, I just could not see. Everything you didn't want became a part of me. All the things you asked for, I just could not see. Everything you didn't want became a part of me. All the things you asked for, I just could not see.
Welcome back to the Aerocrown Crypto channel. It is the day after Bitcoin's nice little breakout from the same range that we have been looking at since all of December. And I wanted to follow up on some of the higher term time frame setups and even actually medium term time frame setups that are now starting to not just confirm, but also conform together and create sort of the more likely scenario that we're looking at for the next, I would say, two to maybe 3.5 weeks, something like that. So I want to start to put all the puzzle pieces together as these puzzle pieces start to become more and more, I suppose, solidified. And without further ado, we can just jump right into the chart view right on over here. We'll start off first with this chart. I'm already on the wrong one, but I always want to remind myself of the statistics day by day. And Tuesday is a very particular day because it is the most likely to be bullish for Bitcoin day. If we look at all daily closures in Bitcoin's history, it's the one that has had the most positive closures at 58.33% of all Tuesdays closing positively, for an average positive return of 2% or just over 2%, an average negative return for the negative days at just under 2% really as well. If we take today's open and were to add on about 2%, what would that look like in terms of price action? That would look like just around about $48,000 if Bitcoin were to play at a pullback today. Although I think that we've kind of already seen the pullback, if there is going to be one. It would actually be the low of the day already, which is $46,000. So I would say today, as far as the downside price action, we probably have already seen the downside as far as like absolute value is what that's going to be going. To the low $46,000 territory. Could Bitcoin close below there? I mean, that would start to call things into a little bit of question, but ultimately, as long as Bitcoin is above basically today's low on a closing basis, $46,000, we can just make that an even number there. This breakout very likely does get continuation. Maybe not necessarily today, although by statistically speaking, it is quite likely, but very likely throughout the rest of this week. And then we can start to reference some actual setups that we have been looking at over the past few weeks here. One of them was actually only relevant as of the past, I believe, week. We found this one. This was coming in from, let me just get rid of this. This was coming in from, 3rd of January. So last Wednesday. This one fired off. We called it out, I believe, Thursday or Friday, in the sense that at $43,000, there was a higher probability of an upside move based off this 4-hour setup right here. In this case, this was a 4-hour setup based off of, I believe, an HPDR band setup. Yeah, it was. It was an HPDR volatility scalp. And we can go ahead and look at the strategy tester. It did have a just over 67% probability to play out to the upside. In this case, it looks like that's very likely going to be happening as well. And if we go into the performance summary, we want to be aware of what the average winning trade kind of looks like on this one. Keeping in mind that it can also be, significantly more than this. But if we do look at it over here, about 4%, or actually literally just on the dot at 4%. So if we were to add 4% from that entry, what would that kind of look like in terms of price action? Actually, we would have already seen that average taken at about $45,000. So fair enough there. We have seen certainly ones that are on the higher end of this, and this one very likely will be that. The reason why I say that is because the take profit metric on this one is waiting for PMARP to get above 70 percentile on the moving average for it. There's my bot slave in the background. Keep on doing your work, you little fuck. Sorry. Highly unprofessional, and as we can see right here, it's still got a little bit of room there to go. So that one will be closing relatively soon, but that was only relevant for a 4-hour time frame. If we start to look at the higher term time frames relative to that, the 2-day setup is now active. We did see a reset on volatility that was basically near the end of December / last week, and now it is very obviously expanding as Bitcoin does close above the range highs, and we can see that the 2-day time frame stochastic oscillator is going to be position to the upside. As we spoke about yesterday, that was going to happen as long as Bitcoin it was above, I believe it was 43,600 or 43,700. And yeah, 43,700, 43,800 right here. So it does look like this one is going to be validated, and now we can start to apply these statistics here in a more measured way. So whenever we've seen this setup, and this setup is essentially extreme lows on 2-day time frame volatility coupled with the direction of the stochastic oscillator to the upside. So we're only looking at upside crosses here. On volatility expansion, we found that there's been 21 prior times that this has happened to the upside again in Bitcoin's history. 17 of those times did follow through. 4 of those times were failures, meaning that they went the other way. But that did have a pretty high win rate, and it looks like it's going to get one more added on to that. So now we can start to reference the amount of days that we expect this to take and the average return we expect this to take, and look at like a first standard deviation of returns that we would kind of expect from these results. And the amount of time would be about 19 days from confirmation, with a standard deviation of about a week. So, we're talking about 3.5 weeks to basically 2 weeks. So that's where I'm getting the next 2 weeks to 3.5 weeks. So we're talking about until maybe the end of this month of January. In this case, let me just double check on this one. Yeah, basically until the end of January is kind of what we're focused on now. And the average return was 27% with the standard deviation of about 10. So that gives us a range of returns between about 17%, or a high probability range of returns between about 17%, maybe even all the way up to 37%. I think that's a lot less likely. The reason why I'll say it's unlikely is the same that I said before. When you see volatility this low, but not for that long, it's probably not going to be one of those extreme moves. It's probably going to be maybe closer to the lower end of the first standard deviation or the average. So if we do take it from the low of this base right here, thus far, we've already seen a 13% move. If we were to extend that to 17%, or about 17%, that would put Bitcoin just below $49,000. So that would be on the lower end of the first standard deviation. And of course, if Bitcoin went for the average, somewhere around 26-27%, that would put Bitcoin around $52,000 to $53,000. And if it were to go for the upper end of this, which I do think is unlikely here, especially within the next few weeks, but we'll just go over it just for a statistics sake. That we'd be looking at somewhere around about $57,000 as well. So that's kind of the areas of interest for this move up. Again, likely between I would suppose the end of next week is kind of when we expect this to happen at the soonest. And pretty much throughout the rest of January. That's kind of the high probability for finding the next major high on this particular move from this setup right here. Then we can move on to this chart over here. Looking at, hey, what the fuck? All my browsers just reloaded. I don't know why that happened. I've actually not really seen that happen before. But in this case, we can see that as far as the daily HPDR bands goes, it was really CME to kind of look at it yesterday, closing well above that 50% of historic returns range highs, and also maintaining above the median on that the whole way through. So this one actually did get it right in comparison to spot, which was kind of floundering around that same area. Actually, sorry, no, I'm wrong on that. It was also maintaining it basically since last Wednesday, actually. So looking at it right here, is the breakout real? Yes. I mean, extremely likely, yes. Does it have more to go? Looking at volatility metrics, even on the daily, we see that it's, it's above average now, above 50 percentile, but this one likely has more to go, especially with low volatility reads like this. I'm looking forward to at least get into the 70 percentiles. And personally speaking, I do think that we'll probably see higher than that just because, what is this all kind of coming on the back of? Everyone knows it's the ETF that's kind of driving a lot of the volatility right now, a lot of the erratic price behavior. And so I do believe that we're probably going to see a parabolic blow off here. The question is, how high does it come in around? And I'll just again reference a lot of the things that have been seen around social media, and also just people kind of texting me and whatnot. And if you are this person who has been texting me or showing me this on social media, I'm not like trying to pick on you or anything. It's just I was getting a lot of messages and seeing a lot of things about how I want to short this damn thing right now. I want to short this thing right now and have it go to the ground. When Bitcoin was kind of trading in last week's range, somewhere around $43,000, and I think again that's still misguided. Very obviously now with the breakout yesterday, but more importantly with how how we kind of recognize that how high things can kind of go over here. And then also, of course, in conjunction with yesterday's video, which I'm trying to find, which chart did I put this on? Hopefully it was this one. Yeah, it was this one. Okay, great. You know, when we were on yesterday's video, we were looking at past times that Bitcoin's gotten, you know, major events, major announcements, kind of comparable to an ETF. Although an ETF is bigger, it is more important than these past events, but it gives us some sort of idea of what to be looking at. And the most recent one was of course Coinbase, right? The Coinbase IPO. And here's the thing that people just do not either understand or do not fucking talk about it. At least I don't see it talked about like at all, and it's very bizarre to me because this is just easily ascertainable information. And people should fucking know this if they were there around this time anyways. But, you know, when Coinbase when Coinbase went IPO'd, it didn't just get announced by surprise that day. No, it was announced about a month and a half before in March. The listing was in mid-April of the same year. And from the time of the announcement to the actual listing, there was some nice upside price action, as you can see right here. You know, it ebbed and flowed its way through, but ultimately that was like a almost 20% move from the announcement to the actual IPO. And yes, things did top on the IPO, did trade higher, you know, almost like about a half year later. But, you know, if you are looking to play the sell the news event, you're waiting for the actual listing, and it might be a day before the listing, might be a day of the listing, might be a day after the listing, but you're really waiting for that. And until then, you know, you kind of are at the mercy of the market if you are looking for the next major short. I'm not even saying that I would be looking to play that. But I do think that if you are that kind of person trying to think, you know, very very slickly and think that you're, you know, smarter than the market, because you definitely are. It's misguided in terms of timing. Like, this is like not new information anyways. And then of course the other comparable event was CME futures for Bitcoin, which we saw announced in October of 2017 and listed in December of 2017. And throughout that time, I mean, there was basically a 3x move. Now, I don't think there's going to be a 3x move from Bitcoin's current stature, like without any major pullback or anything like that. But ultimately, you know, once CME futures did list, it actually topped the day beforehand. So, you know, I do still think that Bitcoin is likely to extend the rally from here based off of the setups that we looked at earlier. And then later on, you know, probably closer to the halving date, which I believe is like April, May area, we're probably going to see a major pullback. And at that point, you know, Bitcoin could very easily be in for like a 25 to 40% correction, pullback, crash, whatever the fuck you want to call it. But of course, it completely depends upon how high Bitcoin gets on this current rally first. And right now, that, you know, this trend is in motion. So in my experience, in my opinion, it's not wise to try to front run these things. It's not wise to try to you know, to be the first one in the trade, because even if you're first, you're wrong, right? As the old saying goes. So it completely depends on how high Bitcoin gets first. And I really wouldn't be, you know, looking for a high probability of a major top, of a major high, not necessarily a macro high. I don't think it's going to be a macro high. I don't think Bitcoin's in a macro bear market, for fuck's sake. But I do think it's probably setting up for a pretty major pullback in, you know, somewhere around the halving. So, you know, does it get up to 50,000 first? Does it get up to, maybe it even gets up to 57,000 bucks first? I don't fucking know. But once we actually have that date in mind, assuming that there is going to be a date, assuming that there is going to be an approval, which we don't know just yet. I mean, we don't know. Despite all of the experts, you know, telling us in the background, I think people have probably learned by now that expert is just fucking internet talk for who the fuck knows. it's like my opinion. Who's these fucking experts? But ultimately, you know, I do think it's still best to be waiting, as this is, you know, this is the first day. Again, I'll just put this into like very intuitive terms, or hopefully intuitive terms. Bitcoin traded sideways in a nice consolidation for about a month, the whole month of December. We just had the first fucking breakout yesterday out of that range. Again, after a month of consolidation, do you think that the move is all done in just one day? Probably not. Probably not. So I think I think we'll end things there. As far as that go, we went over timing, went over statistics, we went over setups, we went over the whole sell the news idea, and I think that's a good place to leave it off. As always, there should be some sort of, you know, some sort of an invalidation of this rally If it were to fail, again, I do think it's unlikely, but of course you need to have some sort of criteria that lets you know that it is a failure, meaning that this one is destined to come down relatively hard. And I would say that's, again, below $46,000 on a daily closing base. If you see that, okay, yeah, this is a fake out, and all that talk about timing is going to be thrown in my face. But until that happens, up is a direction, and maybe it doesn't necessarily continue today, although statistically speaking, kind of likely. But throughout this week, we would expect Bitcoin to trudge higher here. So I'll leave it on right there, or I'll leave it right there, and I will also let you know that we are recording this during a nice little live stream. If you want to join on in, we do these every Tuesday in the Eastern Europe in the Eastern Europort morning. We're Europors over here, no heat, and hopefully we'll see you next time. So with that said, take care, much love, and see you hopefully next Tuesday.
Bam. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here, sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Welcome to the Crypto Live Show, baby. It is Tuesday. One of my favorite days to trade. Market's kind of looking funky, right? It all depends on the actual chart, no matter what the day is. But let's put the lemon into the water like we do every single day, the ritual of rituals. I'm also first, before I do that, I'm going to make myself a little bit of a honey sip. Making a honey sip, that doesn't make any sense. What am I saying? I'm taking a sip of honey. I guess you could say I was making a sip, whatever you want to say. I'm also adding a third thing to the repertoire, some black cumin seed. Just a little bit, just a pinch. Boom. I don't know, like 10 seeds, 12 seeds, something like that. And there you have it. That's what I do in the morning. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. Appreciate each and every one of you for being here. Let's take a look at Bitcoin. Bitty Bitcoin giving us some trouble today. Not looking amazing. Not looking amazing. So we got 46,570. I was in a long. I closed it. Didn't like how the long was feeling. Closed my short from last night and got stopped out of my first long. So that's kind of where we stand on the day. 46,570. We're starting back with the $5,000 account. I got it to $7,000 yesterday. I was super excited about that. Kind of nice. That's kind of the goal. Hit the goal. Move on. You know what I mean? And so we start back again fresh. It's kind of scary when you start fresh again, though. You're like, you don't want to go back below 5. And then, but that's, it's happened, and you see if we can fight through it. Right now, I'm still at even. And, I haven't taken a trade yet, but we'll see what happens. All right. Honey dipping, baby. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Take Tomcat, Ali, and Shell Jit for the winners. I don't know what he's saying, but I think it's good for you. Lemon in the water. Who put the lemon in the water? Shout out to everybody here who put the lemon in the water this morning. Put a 1 in the comment section if you put the lemon in the water and you're getting yourself alkaline. You're decalcifying that pineal gland. You're getting yourself on another level. You're doing what you have to do to survive, baby. You're staying positive. They say the smell of lemons alone is a positive affirmation, or it makes you feel something. It makes you feel good. It makes you feel a certain way. So just smelling a lemon can put you in a good mood. I mean, it's such a beautiful thing. It's made by God. Look at it. What a blessing. I'm gonna have a little moment with this lemon right now. I just sorry. I just had a little moment with that lemon. Anyway, let's get back into the chart. Sorry about that. A little strange. I just kind of love lemons. You know what I mean? What can I say? I'm an oddball. Shout out to Mexi. Join the community today. It's the place to be. They got the most popular cryptocurrencies in the game, things that you can't get anywhere else, and things that everybody else has. Mexi really steps it up. The best user experience I've ever had when it comes to futures trading. 0.1 spot maker and taker fees, and if you hold the Mexi token, pay the lowest fees in the game of any exchange. So you gotta love it. Shout out to Mexi. God bless them and everybody else out there in the game that pushes crypto every single day. All right, let's take a look at Biconomy. Biconomy is on my radar. I don't like the 4-hour, but I do like the daily. And I do like the 22-hour. And I like this Fibonacci that I drew from this impulse down, which stopped us at the 0.618 golden pocket. Do we go lower? There's a chance. Do we hit the 200 SMA? You never know. If that happens, it would be probably a pretty good undervalued buy zone for Biconomy. Starting to trend as well, you know what I mean? And getting some buzz here for Biconomy. Just at 26 cents, it would rip all the way to 47. Got a little bit of a sell-off. You never know. For whatever reason, it is trending on token metrics. Biconomy, and I'm nice enough to just give you a splash real quick. Everyone else gets this whole list and more if you're in the trading group. You may want to know what tokens are hot and what people are looking at. And we have a whole list of coins that are likely going to move for the next few weeks. You might want to join the trading group to look at those and learn how to trade them the proper way. That list is nothing because it is, you could buy anything on that list and it may just be at a high. You might be buying the high point on a chart. You got to know how to read a chart and know the coin. It's a two-pronged system, and the third prong is just having another prong. You know what I mean? Because you have to have 3 prongs. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. We love you. We appreciate you. Hope we can keep you laughing and entertained as we're going through the stream every single day. God bless you all for being here. Okay. Bang, ba-doom, bomb, ba-ding, dong, ding. Yes, I did it. What? I don't know what I just did, but I did it. Let's take a look here at the 4-hour time frame. And it's in a bullish hammer. You know what I mean? Look at that bullish hammer. It's Thor's hammer. It looks absolutely lovely. We got sold off, but we got punched back up. And now we're sitting in what's called a bullish hammer. That thing could fly to the upside if it closes like that. And we have this little bend here, which means the 4-hour may get pretty, may get crazy. At the same time, we're away from the 21, but we did wick pretty close to it, which to me is almost like a high and hello. And I can almost let that pass as a touch, even though it's a little much. It's interesting. I'll give you that. 8-hour time frame is spent, says we're going lower. You already have tweezer tops put in. bearish city, right? The short at 47,179 is already in the money for Bitcoin, right? 12-hour time frame also just crossed the dotted line, though, and I've seen huge moves and huge pumps come out of that. So it doesn't say it's horrible, and there's no real bearish div here. These both point up a little bit. Interessante. There's definitely bearish divergence here on the 22-hour time frame. But if this pushes up a little more, it could negate that because they're both being an uptrend too, and you still have momentum on the stochastics RSI, my favorite indicator. The daily just getting started, suggesting a bigger move is coming too as well. However, I don't like how these daily candles are going to close. If we get this tweezer top close, which is a tailing top, tweezer top, however you've been taught to call it, I call these tweezer tops, that's a bearish sign. Also, the daily away from the 21. When you get this far away from the 21, you come back. This far away from the 21, you come back. This far away from the 21, you come back. You are this far away from the 21. Every time in the daily's history, except for like right here, we could be right here where we just got crazy. So we could be in an expansive moment here. The stochastics RSI say there's more momentum to be had. Okay? So I'm open-minded to believe that anything is possible. Posible. Es posible. You know? And look, if you look at the daily, I mean, this is what we had, in my humble opinion, going down. This track puts me in a good mood every single time. Who's here in a good mood? Who feels like dancing on a Tuesday? Who's at their stand-up desk? Who's at their sit-down desk? Who's just going to get up right now and just, do a little 1-2? Their wife might be looking at them in the kitchen, might be laughing at you right now. You might be at work. Who's going to stand up at work right now and just start dancing with your headphones on? Your cubicle's in the middle of the whole thing. You don't even give it. You're just going to get up and just... Everyone's staring at you right now. You're just in the middle of the office. You're just like, I don't give a damn. I'm going to dance with the lifer. I'm going to do me. You know what I mean? Because I'm going to have so much bread in the next year. I'm going to walk out of this place and never have to come back here again. So what the heck do I care? You know what I mean? Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. We love you. We appreciate you. We want you to feel good. We want you to feel happy. We want you to feel like your life is an amazing place to be. It is inside of your life. How is it being you? Are you making sure it's a good time? Because you're in charge of being you, and you got to make sure it's a fun time every day you wake up. You got to explore yourself and feel good inside. Life is through you. Life is through you. God bless everybody. I took a trade on IDO based off of a cup and handle I learned here last night on the 15-minute. Thank you, IDO. I heard about that coin recently. I think I saw it on Twitter this morning too as well. We'll take a look at it. You got me wondering. That's a way to get me queried. Yeah, you got me like, Hey, Lifer, can you share your music playlist sometime? This is I Adore You by Hank Lotion. Hank Lotion, baby. All right? I Adore You by Hank Lotion. All right. Wow, thanks, man. Sam, shout out to everybody. Grandpa dancing. I don't know about that. You can keep that to yourself. We don't need that here. We already had that on the weekly live stream. It was, the weekly screen share, we had a bit of a, whoa. We had a, actually, no, it was more of a, no. It was one of those moments, you know what I mean? It was definitely one of those moments. Shout out to gifting memberships. Shout out to Jamie Zeno. We love you. We appreciate you. Bless you for being here and jumping on in. Shout out to Sean. Shout out to everyone that makes this stream amazing. And God bless everybody out here. My mom passed away on Thanksgiving. And I don't mean to sit there and harp on it, but I miss her more than you would ever know, and she was awesome. So if you're missing somebody right now, put your ones up. Put a 1 up if you're missing somebody for that number 1. If you're missing 2 people, put a 2 up. I'm missing both my parents. You know what I mean? So if you're missing someone right now, and you're feeling it, but you're going to push through, you're going to make these gains no matter what. You're going to make it happen no matter what. You're going to do what you have to do as the leader of the family, whether you're the man or the woman. You're the person in charge. You're going to make it happen. God bless everybody here on the live. Thank you for helping me push through every single day. And may God bless you all. Let's move forward. So Bitcoin, 46,788. Broke out beautifully. I have it in this flag, this flag. This is what I got going on. 4-hour rising wedge, retested the top of the wedge with that wick to the downside there, bling, and got bought back up, okay? A lot of buy pressure to the upside. So we've looked at everything, and, the 1 hour looks aggressive. It's been pushing up aggressively now for like 4, 5, 6 hours. Usually by then you've gotten a move. I did open up a long, then we went up, then we went down. I didn't like the way the 7-minute was looking. However, the 7-minute did come down. So I was in long here. We looked like we were going to break out a little bit. We got frisky. I sold at about break even, maybe a tiny, tiny win. Main was to just protect capital in case we, this has some Bart Simpson vibes. We have a resistance here at about 47,167. If we can't get back above that level, expect more downside. It kind of was M pattern-esque, and then, it's almost shoulder, head, and right shoulder. It could drop. It's not amazing. Price action isn't amazing. 7-minute now is pointing to the upside, but we've gotten a lot of sideways action here. All right. This could be looked at, I'll be honest, as a bit of almost a shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder that can break us to the upside. I've seen that play out many times. It wouldn't be the first time in my life that has played out like an inverted head and shoulder. Kind of makes me want to get in, but I would have got in when the stochastics are low, and we still didn't get much love from the move. You see what I mean? If you're a stochastics trader with me, or you've been trading with me for a long time, I'm all about how much action you get out of how much movement the Stokes give you, okay? And there's a ratio there, and I compare that ratio over time. And what I mean by that is, like, look, you're on the 5-minute, the Stokes were low here, they went from here to there, and you can say, well, you can put a line where they began, you could have put a line where they kind of peaked, and you can say that was a beautiful move on the 5-minute. You got a lot out of that low to that high on the stochastics RSI. But then you got this low to this high, and it was good, but it wasn't a move like that. And then you'll even have, a low to a high where it's like, look, it's like that. This low to high was way better than almost all of them. Had a little dip in the middle, but, overall low to the top high before you came down. I mean, huge move. And usually that, so what I look for that. And so sometimes what you'll get is you'll get really high on the Stokes, but you won't have gotten that big of a move on the price action. And you'll see, well, now anything can happen. I've seen huge moves come at the end. But in general, there's even a subtle, your mind will pick up these subtle nuances and these sensitive behaviors between price and oscillators. The more you put price up against an oscillator, the more you're going to learn over and over and over again. Shout out to Master Friend for the $6.99 Canadian. God bless you, and thank you for being here. And look, right when I saw your name, it said train by day, and I thought about the train. Isn't that funny? Train by day, crypto lifer by night, all day. Shout out to Andrew Garcia. Volume made the difference. Is the 7 better than the 5? For me, it is. It may not be for you. Everyone else uses the 5. You know what I mean? So I sneak in on the 7. The 7 has just given me an opportunity that the 5 sometimes hasn't. I don't know why. And I stick to it. Some things I've tripped over, and I just keep doing them. You know what I mean? Shout out to Master Friend. Shout out to Jamie Zeno, GF Burke, and all the blue crew and the green crew, everyone and everybody here. Shout out to Stas, Blessing Sam, and all my lifers. Shout out to Stas, always holding it down, always sending a super chat. And shout out to the fan funding here. Jamie Zeno, Stas, Master Friend, and Mac Tire. And all you beautiful people coming on in, you beautiful souls. Because I believe we all are vibrating beings inside of a skeletal form. And together, we are channeling through the universe at an amazing speed. So, through space and time. God bless everyone for sharing your most precious asset with me, and that is your time. Amen. Givers gain, baby. Have a blessed day, everybody. Shout out to Caesar Cordero. Shout out to Master Friend, the Coachy Coker, and everybody in the house. Gray Crew rocks. All right. So Bitcoin at 46,700. A bit sideways, if you ask me. Possible inverted head and shoulder here, but it's sloppy as all heck. 5-minute has now got to the top and not given us much. Battling the 200 SMA. I will say, as long as the 7 minute stays above the 200 SMA, we have a likelihood of a blast to the upside. So, you know, that's kind of my initial idea with the long, was to snatch a long. Yesterday, I did the same exact thing, and we nailed it. I drew this, and we just, oh my God, it was just one of the greatest moves I ever called. Shout out to everyone in the trading group who's been making gains off the calls. I've been absolutely nailing it. The only call I missed was this short here, right? This short down. But I was asleep, and, you know, by my strategy, the 15-minute did make an M pattern, and we lost the 200 SMA on the 1 hour, on the 15, right? Right there. And then, you know, and I always talk about that, but we lost it on the 7 too. Actually, no, that was earlier today. Which one was the, this one. There's just a quick little short that I missed. Hey, I missed the short. It is what it is. I mean, no, yeah, it was this short. I believe it was this one on the 3rd. Yeah. That was it. Yeah. Anyway, it happens. You know what I mean? You can't. I plan on hitting every single move Bitcoin's ever made. And I really have. Like, I've hit this flag. I got that. I found the divergence, you know? So when I miss one, I'm like, oh, I missed that one right there. I should have had an actual entry and talked about it. But I did go to sleep. We were here with the wedge. The wedge did break to the upside. It would have been in the money. You know what I mean? I say third crash is ready for tomorrow. Thanks again to Glenn Baker for the free membership. Glenn Baker gifting memberships. And Mac Tire gifting memberships. Tori for the $2 super chat. Tori, we love you. Okay, Purple Crew, love you, Sammy. Thank you for all you do. I say third crash is ready for tomorrow. Alec, you know, sometimes, you know, Alec, the guy might just actually own some hex, and he may not know anything about anything you're saying, and he just wants to see the chart, man. Just be cool, man, please. I don't want to remove you, and I want you to be cool, and I think you're a good guy, and I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt because I'm a loving man and I live in love. If you could do the same, then I think we can have a great day. All right? Lincoln said, folks are about as happy as they make up their minds to be. I agree. There's so much to be happy about and grateful for. Thank you, Sam. What's up, Sam? Please take a look at the Stronghold, SHX. Shout out to Rave Song Records with the right state of mind. You live in the state of mind in which you create. You have to make a conscious effort to be where you want to be in your brain. You know, feeling good is something that you do. You put effort in it. My mother taught me this. You know, my mother taught me this without me realizing it. She never sat me down and said this to me. She woke up and she was awesome. And by being awesome, she made me feel good every single day. And by making me feel good every day, she was, you know what I mean? That was her thing. And I realized that she might have woken up not feeling that good, but I never knew. She never let me know that. If she had a bad day, I would have never known. You see what I'm saying? It was unknown to me whether any of those things were happening to her because she made a conscious effort to be in a good mood around me all the time because she felt I deserved that pleasure because she wanted her kids to live a great life. I do the same with my kids. When I wake them up in the morning, it's how you doing, you know? Even if I wake up in the market slumps or say I lost $1,000 in the middle of the night or more, who knows what happened to me? I wake up and I say, hi, babe, what's up, kids? You know what I mean? I'm going to open up a long here as I run my move on the 1 hour. I just like this 1 hour. It looks so bullish. You know what I mean? Smaller time frames don't look amazing, though, and don't do what I do. I am not a financial advisor. Nothing I say and do should be taken as financial advice. And it's a very small trade, $197. If it goes well, I make $500. If it doesn't, I lose $160 or something. Okay? Likely to get stopped out. Very high risk. Don't do what I do. The idea for me, though, is to constantly be in the act of trading. You know what I mean? It's like fishing. If I'm always fishing, I'm going to win. And I'm not telling you to overtrade, but you know what I mean? And look, that's the fastest $10 I ever made. Look how fast the market just flipped on us. Literally, like I bought it, and then it was almost like they were like, Sammy bought it in. Time to rip it. You know what I mean? That's the fastest I've ever seen 5% in my hold. And to make $9 off 197, a lot of people can't do that like in the big market with a lot of big money. I should up the ante and just get out right there, call it a day. I'm the king of 3%. I tell people that all the time. Hey, I've been trading for over a year. Try the 99 for a month. If you don't make your money back, you may want to get out of trading. I've been trading for over 1 year. This guy said, Try the 99 for a month. If you don't make your money back, you may want to get out of trading. Caspa and Solana. Shout out to Skip Factor with the 777s. And I don't want to... someone could take what I said. I'm not saying that. He's saying that. You know what I mean? But that's what someone in the group said. And he's sending a super chat of 777s to get it be known. So he wants the world to know how he feels about the trading group. Shout out to the 1,188 people here on the live. 356 likes. $34 in chat revenue. Thank you so much for jumping on in. And now we're up $11. Look, I can buy almost a pack of blueberries at the store now. Can you believe the price of blueberries? $10 for a pack of blueberries. I buy at least 3 every time. So I buy $100 worth of blueberries a week. I'd say I spend about $400 to $500 on blueberries a month. I know you guys think I'm insane. I'm not lying. Blueberries are I like the blueberries. My daughters like the blueberries. My wife. We go through bowls of blueberries and bananas. I can't believe how many bananas we eat in my house. It's bananas and blueberries at a mass rate. It's insane. Anyway, so I'm long on Bitcoin because I like this flag on the 1 hour time frame. All right, and I like this inverted head and shoulder on the 5. We're a little high in the stochastics, but look at that bullish div on my indicator too, which is interesting. Catching some bullish div I've never seen, and catching one there too, which is interesting. I don't see it. You know what I mean? But there's a chance. So you're telling me there's a chance. So I'm interested in this inverted head and shoulder. We get above this point of control, we can get to the high volume node. Okay? And you just never know. Now, we are resistance. If we can't get above the POC here, see this red line, 46,926 is the line in the sand. We must break back above that to remain bullish. As long as we stay above the 200 SMA on the 7-minute time frame, I remain bullish. Also, see how tight we just got here? That tells me we're about to get a big push to the upside. Look at this giant W as well here for Bitcoin. Even though we did come back, we went down and came back, but, we respected the trend at one point. Tells me we could get a move at least to 47,423. We could go from there. So let's see, Bitcoin getting the bit of a move. Do we get the short squeeze that we're looking for here? And we got a big red bar here. That's the closest liquidity at 47.5, and then even to 48 into 49,000. We didn't have 40, in 50K. So the most biggest, reddest, scariest, area is above us here. And the closest liquidity is at 48,000. Every time I've seen a red bar that close, 90% of the time we've short squeezed into 48K. I wouldn't be surprised if we short squeeze into 48,000. I'm not saying it's a guarantee, and we could dump right now in my face, and I could be 100% wrong. And don't worry, I may be wrong. It happens all the time. All right? You could buy a blueberry bush and plant it in the yard. I did that. It didn't go too well. Yeah, all the animals ate every single blueberry. Yeah. I think we got like a couple. Yeah. Yeah, it didn't work out too well. And then the last year, it didn't bloom as well as it did before the other year. You know what I mean? I would have to cover it, and where it is, I would have to put it over, you know what I mean? And keep the animals away, and then I could do something like that. But, so. And there you go, another profitable trade, up 10%, $20. I mean, I don't got to say a word. I just keep showing up and doing what I do, and people seem to like it. Shout out to the 1,278 people. We continue to grow. God bless this channel. God bless the algorithm of YouTube. Thank you for the recommendations. Thank you for coming on in. And thank you for being here with the Crypto Lifer. My name is Samuel James Price. And I don't like the 7-minute. It's turning on the stochastics. We're going to need these stokes to kind of do a little dance here. And the 7's going to have to shoot. Otherwise, this is going to turn down. Rejection. And you can see there's a local resistance right here. Local top. Resistance. We must flip this area to remain bullish. Otherwise, we're just coming right back down to the bottom of the pattern. And when I'm telling you, if we lose the 200 SMA, then I'm out. You know what I mean? And I don't even need to really get stopped out. And I'll just get out again and wait. And then if price gets back above and starts to go sideways or gets above here and retest, then I'll re-enter the trade yet again. I'll just keep babying the entry back and forth till it feels right for me. That's the beauty of sitting at your computer all day long at your stand-up desk and knowing how much I'm going to dedicate a good amount of time to sitting at my desk today trading. And I do that a lot. And that's why I have a stand-up desk. You can't sit at your desk. The amount of time I spend, and I got to get blue lights and blue light blocking inside of these glasses, which I paid like an extra. These glasses were like $1,000 because I had to get like blue light blocking, far sight, near sight. Like they're able to give you 2 visions at the same time now, I guess, somehow, but I don't know how. Anyway, you guys don't care about my glasses. And also get yourself a mouse like this that keeps your hand straight lateral, okay? Because when your hand is like this all day long, it really can hurt, all right? Yeah, Astro's going to hit the target that we laid out for it. It's very likely, okay? And 10% on the trade, up $21 off of $197. I mean, I could close that, and I'd call that an accomplishment right now. Everyone wants to be a big shot. You know what I mean? I just want to be consistent. That's all. That's all I want. That's all I desire. Who cares what I want? Actually, want is the worst. I desire to be consistent. That's it. If every night I can get a good night to sleep and I can wake up in the morning, I can get to the stream, then we can have a good day, right? 8, a multi-asset ledger. Imagine sending 18-wheeler full of lumber to the job site. Sending all assets in one transaction. Blue light blocker makes such a difference. I'm at my screen for 12 hours a day. Headaches and dry eye. Sam, I told my dad to get off these mouses because he works on the computer all day. He said it fixed his wrists. Sam, I told my dad to get one of these mouses. He said it fixed his wrist. See, there you go, man. I helped your dad out. It helped me out, man. I spread whatever I know to the world, man, because I know if I know something that can help me, it can help you. Like, I knew this trade could possibly make me some money, so I told you about it. And, maybe it doesn't. Maybe it goes the wrong way. We don't know, but so far, so good. The 1 hour is looking pretty nice. We're up 12%, $25. This is how these trades begin. Okay, and then they eventually kind of, and this could be a quick shot all the way to 50,000. Next thing you know, you'll be at 50K and everyone will be looking around like, you know what I mean? Can I find the SMA indicator on MEXC? It's simple right here, FX. Type in MA, moving average, and click on it. It's not SMA, it's a moving average. It won't come on as SMA. But also, like when I'm doing that, just to be cautious, BTC USDT.P. All right, that's the perpetual futures on MEXC. This is the same chart. And you just want to be paying attention to this, you know what I mean? Funny, I gave this trade, never got stopped out, in the money. See that? That trade is in the money. Never got stopped out, still there. From whenever I put this out, you see? May have gotten a little low, got close, but never lost the 200 SMA, never hit the stop, and then that, not every trade is perfect. And there's 47,000, everybody, for the win right now. If you were riskier than me, more leverage, put more money in, you should be, I usually put in $600-700. I'd be up $100 already on this trade. I just went Sally go Nally on my first, it was my first trade with the new 5,000. So I didn't want to just, it's like a brand new car. I didn't want to bump it on the curb. I didn't want to scratch my rims. I wanted to keep it clean. Yeah. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Can I get the likes up to the watchers? I would greatly appreciate it, baby. Sally Cup and Hattie to the upside. Shout out to everybody here on the live. Thank you for jumping on in. And, the 7 minutes a little high for me. Looks like we may be able to take some profits and get back in yet again at another price point. We don't want to see this lose the 200. The 200. We don't want to lose the 200. Yeah, look at that 1 minute's about to dump on you. It doesn't look amazing. It really doesn't. I'll take my 22. Can I get my 22? All right. The 1 hour looks absolutely awesome. The smaller time frames look like I may be able to re-enter at a better price action. I don't like the 1 minute right now. We'll see though. Wow, it nailed 46.68 and came right back up in a minute. Look at that. Look at that. That's insanity. TIA price, I'm going to be patient and wait for better price. There's no better price. I'm Sam Price. There's no better price but me, Sam Price. No, I'm just saying. Hey. Hey, guy walks into a bar. Horse walks into a bar. Guy says, why the long face? Hey. I mean, the 1 hour looks beautiful right now, but the smaller time frames aren't giving us the love that we want. 15 minutes cooked, right? But anything can happen at any time. I'm getting that FOMO. When I get FOMO, it's time to chill. So let's let this 7 minute cool off. But you can see my stance, The 4 hour doesn't look good. And I've told you my bearish ideas here. You know what I mean? If the daily closes the way it is, and the bigger time frames, we got tweezer tops and it doesn't look great. So we want to see how the daily candle closes. If this candle closes green and we beat through this wick, I mean, you know what I mean? Which it may, look at it. It looks pretty bullish right now. There's a lot of momentum to the upside here, and there's a lot of fear. I may just re-enter again, stop loss below the thing, and just go for it. And just let it go. 3-to-1 risk-reward ratio. Same idea right here, and just let it rip. Small time frames. Yeah, 7 minute. I'll wait out the 7. But it could even do one of these little. But I'll wait out the 7 minute. Looks like I'm going to get my prices down at the bottom. See how I knew the price was going to start coming down? Based on the stochastics RSI. So I bailed on the trade. Anyway. The next time I go in, I'm going in bigger than I went in last time. All right? If I feel the need. So you can see kind of where I stand for Bitcoin. We're watching the 7 minute flag. If the 7 minute loses the 200 SMA, we're likely going to drop down here, right? We're going to test 46.3. If we lose 46.3, we're testing 45.8, 45.9. And then we have a gap of the VRVP. Look for us to gap down all the way to the next high volume node, which is CHOP at 44,979. All right? Just close for 14% profit, and we'll try this all day long. Exactly. Jumping in with you, Sam. Took my money and I'm out. Was 20x, so I'm happy. God bless you. Who made a little bit of gains right now, or at least just learned something about using proper risk management and had a good time trading with me. So tomorrow, SmackDown Day or Pocket Rocket, SEC playing games. They think they will wish to let go of the portion of the money printer. Vroom, vroom. So here's the deal. Let's ask the people what the people think. All right? And, will the ETF get approved, right? I'll tell you what I think when we get to the end of this poll. Will the ETF get approved tomorrow? Yes or no? Simple. Will the ETF get approved yes or tomorrow? No, rug pull. No, SEC rug pull. Yes, blast off. Yes, Fink blast off. All right, like Larry Fink, So yes, Fink blast off or no SEC rug pull. Will the ETF get approved tomorrow? Let me know here inside of this amazing poll that comes up for you. Jump on in, hit the poll. We got almost like 1,000 votes last time. I really appreciate your interaction. It makes the algorithm go wild. It's awesome. It's fun. Shout out to the chat rate. I love y'all. What did you guys eat last night? I had Thai food for takeout. What did you guys eat last night? I just like to find out what people ate last night. I know it's off topic, but it's something that it just gives me, homemade chicken parm, and I want to see how healthy you all are. I want to see how healthy the lifers are in general. He had chili, and I'll come back to it in a second. So this is what I see for Bitcoin, right? Polish cabbage and noodles. Wow. You're super, wow, a hot dog. Wow. Chicken Alfredo. Didn't you say that last time? Chicken and rice. I eat pasta cream sauce with chicken and broccoli. Wow. Taco bake. A bowl of cereal. Homemade chili. Another chili. Nigerian stew. Chicken General Tso's. Oh, yeah. Spaghetti and meatball salad. Lamb stew. Chicken and waffles. Spinach with cheese. Chicken pot pie. Gaines. That sounds great. You're making me hungry. Jamaica jerk. Pasta ragu. Chicken masala. Noodles. Veggie burger. There's only so many things to eat, right? Toast with scrambled eggs. I can't believe James Barry said that. Yo, my man. Yo, you're lucky I didn't, yo. I shouldn't even laugh, but I've always been a class clown. That's ridiculous, bro. Yo, you. What? What? No. I thought you said something, babe. All right, I get it. If anyone else caught it, I don't know about y'all, but strip steak, beans on toast, homemade chicken. I just. Yo, you got me bugging out, man. Why did you got to do that? Frog legs. Wow, that's crazy. The only time I had frog legs was in Vegas. That you can get frog legs that, you know. All right. 46,800 Bitcoin hanging out at the $800 level. 7 minute coming back down on those stochastics. Not looking amazing. 1 minute in a bit of a little flag, though. But still pointing further down. Just watching chop, but I like the 1 hour. So I'm looking for the small. If you're new, if you're just coming into the channel, like you're watching the fourth quarter, right? We're watching Bitcoin chop on the 1 hour time frame. It looks good to me. The stochastics 1 hour actually looks very bullish. If you just looked at the 1 hour, you got yourself a bull flag. You're consolidating sideways. You're near the 21, and the stochastics are pointing to the upside. MACD wants to turn, and the RSI has no bearish div. I mean, it looks healthy. It's not the worst thing in the world. I opened up a long, but then this, you know, the 7 minute was also a little high when I opened up the long, seeing if we could get the push. We couldn't. The 7 minute turned on me. However, I am bullish as long as the 7 stays above the 200 SMA. See this 200 SMA? I trade the 200 SMA. It's like a huge part of my trading plan. All right? Like, I basically, you know, my trading portfolio lives and dies by it. I don't live and die by it, you know, but my trading portfolio does. And so whenever, as long as we stay above this yellow line, we're bullish. We're bullish. And we're going to likely actually continue to the upside. Okay. Which is kind of crazy. I know it's insane. It's insane. But that's, you know, that's kind of, but once we break a candle below it and we start hanging out, it gets sketchy. And then if we lose this trend line, we're dropping further to the downside. So I've gone over the bearish scenario, and the bearish scenarios will lose this 200 SMA. So forget the ETF, forget the news. Once that 7 minute loses the 200, we're likely to come to the 15 minute 200, and we have a gap here in the VRVP. And those are the two time frames that are really going to show us what's likely going to happen in the next 2 to 3 hours. And then that will spill over into whatever time frame is more bullish or bearish. We're looking for the 1 hour. At the same time, this 1 hour could turn right now and we could continue to dump. And the 4 hour, you know, is still, you know, the verdict's still out on the 4 hour time frame. All right. The verdict's still out on it. It's a bullish, that's a bullish hammer, right? It's a bullish hammer. Beautiful hammer. Thor's hammer. Looks great. Beautiful push to the upside. We're technically in a flag. Could we turn up? There's a chance, but you know, there's also some kind of bearish div here. That's definitely a downtrend, and that's an uptrend, and that's bearish divergence. And then we're watching how the daily candle closes today, and if it closes like this, that's a bearish sign. If we have tweezer tops. So this 15 minute and the 7 are really going to show us what price action, how price action is going to form today. If we're going to come down to this 200 and the 15 minutes going to collapse this price, we're going to get a bit of a Bart Simpson here. A Bart Simpson pattern in price action is like a spiky head with two sideways, you know, flat sides that kind of go up and down pretty fast. This gap in the VRVP tells me a story, and resistance. If you can't get above resistance, expect more downside. We're going to have to flip these key areas in the next 2 to 3 hours, in my humble opinion, to get some momentum. Otherwise, the bears kind of take over a little bit. So that's what I'm watching. And so that's kind of how I can figure out where price action is likely going to go, by watching the 7 minute time frame and making sure we do not lose the 200 SMA. Stochastics here are high, but could we kind of wiggle around and still find our way? So that's what's pushing me to long. That's what's pushing me into a long. Like, I don't get into longs on emotion. I get into a longs based on the chart. If the chart shows me symbols that I've looked for over and over again in my life, then I take them. I don't like where the stochastics are. If the stochastics were low right now and I was seeing this, I got in. That's why I got in earlier, right? So that's kind of what I'm seeing here, and that's what's making me a little cautious about the trade at the moment. And so I'm getting mixed signals for Bitcoin for sure, and anything could happen today. 1 hour looks really good for a move to the upside. Only time will tell. We have to break above key resistance on the 1 hour at 47,200 to remain bullish. That's a, you gotta break back above that area, 47.2. And I always say this out loud. We have people that are blind on the channel that have reached out to me and said, "Can you please repeat the lines you're saying?" I am blind and I trade. I guess there's blind traders out there, because this person emailed me and said, "Can you specifically say the levels out loud? I love your channel, but I want to follow along." That blew my mind. You know what I mean? No, I do not eat pork. I do not eat pork, no. So 1 hour candle looking pretty strong right here. And then what I also do is I always like to go to and see that 1 minute looking like it's in a flag. Little 1 minute scalp here could get this party started on I'm inside of something, right? On perpetual. I'm just going to delete all my old work. Whatever I was in some type of, I was in a long tool, probably on the 4 hour, right? I could take the conservative. $47,199 for Bitcoin. Even on the 1 minute time frame, looks like we're about to get a bit of a pump here. I think I may have to just re-enter my long and suck it up and go for it. Connect 4. You know what I mean? I had better odds the last time. My thing is a little lower leverage, a little more movement. Nah, I liked where I was at there. Risk 1,000 for 28. Risk 700 for 2,000. Risk 45 for 1,200. Risk 350 for 880. Risk, I'm going through. Risk 200 for 500. It's kind of, that 1 hour looks like it's going to pump. And the smaller time frames seem to be holding off on the 200 SMA, which is giving me confidence that the trade may play out. Oh, I was at 312. Now I could go to 768. Yeah, that's a better. I like the more leverage. 28. Risk 300 for 1,000. See, I don't like. Yeah, there you go. 200 for 7. I'll take that trade. All right. My liquidation on the 300 is 45,396. All right. Could happen. Right. So, but I have a stop that's above my liquidation, so I can't get liquidated. All right. So I'm back in the trade. Let's move on from Bitcoin, because I could sit here all day playing this game. But you guys kind of see what I'm looking at on the 1 hour, and I'm not going to look at the other time frames for now. I'm just going to let it chill, and we'll get back to it and see if it dumps or pumps. All right. Biconomy is something on the radar. I don't own any. I don't know the people. Just something that came across my radar today. I'm a nice guy, and who knows? Maybe it goes to the tubes. I don't know. I just go over things that I see. All right. That's all. That is all. High Bird's getting some move on KuCoin. And that thing was in the dumps, though, for a long time. Anyway. I want to take a look at the DYX, the US dollar currency here, and see what's happening. All right. So it was looking gravy. Like it was all in our favor. We were going to get a move to the upside, right? But we didn't get it for whatever reason. The head and shoulder pattern did not dump on us. Look at that. It's a beautiful head and shoulder. There's always a percentage. There's a 32% chance that does not play out. However, it didn't get like amazingly high or rip above a key area, right? It's not like, oh my gosh. Let's take a look at what's happening on the DXY on the bigger time frame. So when I look at this on the daily, and I zoom in on the daily time frame, shout out to the 1,000, dang near 500 people on the live. Unbelievable. And take a big sip of that lemon water. I drink lemon water every day to stay hydrated. That's the thing. You do whatever makes you happy, but I really believe drinking water helps my trading. We try to drink water every single day here, and we drink water every day on the channel. So the DXY inside of this falling wedge, you can see it clearly, right? And it's been channeling to the downside for a long time. Ever since it broke down on basically Halloween. Crazy, right? The Halloween effect too, which is interesting. They say that. And I gotta be honest, I mean, I guess I could make it a broadening falling wedge, right? And it just keeps kind of hitting this resistance area. It's trying to poke out right now, but the daily is overbought. You would look for this to kind of collapse further to the downside. This would help the cause for BTC, and it's kind of got an M pattern vibe in a way, right? So now you break above this, likely you pump up a little bit, and then maybe Bitcoin goes sideways or drops. They could pump together. They've pumped together. I'm not saying it's 100% correlation, but about 90% of the time, you know what I mean? 90% of the time, you see something happening there, right? Shout out to the 1,700 people on the live, out of control. Hope everything's going well. Cashed out 30% gain on bonk tip based on the 4-hour you mentioned the other day. Thank you, Sam. God bless you, man. God bless you. That's very nice of you. Shout out to the 1,599 people on the live. Thank you for being here. Influx. Unbelievable. So we're looking for a move further to the downside here for BTC on the DXY on the daily time frame. All right, we'll be watching this closely, how this daily candle closes. We do not want to see a daily candle close above 102.67. All right. Biddy having a hard time getting above the daily open. Yeah, I'm just going to leave it alone for now. We'll get back to Bitcoin. We spent a good hour on Bitcoin from about 10:10 to 11 like I usually do. And so it was amazing, right? Flat going to go bye-bye. Gold standard coming back with certificates that are tracked. No more CB control. Everything will be okay. Have faith. Can you please do a chart on Chainlink? Cashed out. If you want me to do a chart, please send in a super chat, TA or deep dive. And shout out to the fan funding, $34. Tori, Rave Song Records, Yehuda L. What up, Sam? Please look at Stronghold, SHX, God is Love, Book of the Week, Human Heart, Cosmic Heart by Dr. Tom Cowan. All things are possible with the Lord. One love and much love. Thank you, Sam and the Wifer. And Skip Factor, he's been trading for 1 year. Try the 99 for a month. If you don't make your money back, you may want to get out of trading. Caspa and Solana, he's inferring that he learned so much and there's so much opportunity in there that it's very likely he believes, and I'm not saying this is not my belief, this is what he believes, that if you do join the group, it's a very likelihood that you will get your money back. But again, that's what he said. He said if you don't, you might want to give up trading completely. That's, again, and he asked for Caspa and Solana. So we got to look at Caspa, Solana, Hex, and these are super chats people are sending in. Between about 11:30 and 12, we usually go through all super chats. Between about 11:10 and, between 10:10 and 11, I do Bitcoin, usually my own Bitcoin live trade. And then we go from there. Wow, that was crazy. It was almost like we got, I don't know, that was insane, an influx of people on the stream. Anyway, if you want to join my trading group, if you like what you're seeing here, you know what I mean, and you get excited for gains, and you saw us make gains earlier today, yesterday, the day before, and you're curious and you don't want to wait any longer, hit the link right here in the pinned comment section. It takes you right to cryptolifer.com. It's in a beautiful website. Join today, join today, join today. We make it super easy. Also, once you're there, this is going to come on in. Opt into my weekly newsletter. Hit I consent and receive the newsletters. I'm telling you right now, me and my team I only hire the best, and I work super hard every day. So people that don't work with me are people that are really serious. Like, people that are afraid of hard work, they don't want to work with me. People that aren't perfectionists, that aren't detailed, they don't want to work with me because they see me every single day, right? They'd be like, damn, I can't work for that guy. So the only people that step up and work for me are really like some of the greatest people on earth. I'm being honest. I truly believe that. And I truly believe God helps me and sends amazing people my way. And they work on these newsletters and really put a lot of time and effort. Me and my team put so much work. And so I'm telling you right now, if you put your email address in here, you're going to get so much value. It's a no-brainer. It's common sense. I broke it down. I show up every single day. I don't take a day off. My team works super hard. Everything we give you is going to have a lot of detail and a lot of value. You put your email address in here. We will give you so much value. I'm telling you right now. Jump on in to the newsletter. It'll blow your mind. So go to cryptolifer.com today. Opt into the newsletter. Read about it. Learn about us. Today, make the day that you get the education you deserve. Stop playing games. All right? Stop playing games. Also, we trade on MEXC. That's where I was trading right there. You can move your stop loss easily. It's an award-winning user interface. MEXC.com is the place to be. If you hold the MEXC token, it is the least amount of fees of any single exchange in the game. So unless you want them to just kind of completely take everything you got, because fees are actually expensive and take a lot. They also have access to some of the smallest coins nobody else has. You can't beat them. MEXC. All right. Also, shout out to the channel sponsors, iTrust Capital and BingX. iTrust Capital, one thing about iTrust Capital is everyone runs into this ETF. When you buy iTrust Capital, when you go into iTrust Capital and you buy Bitcoin there, you actually can get the Bitcoin in kind back. So when you end and you say, I'm done, I want my Bitcoin, they send you the Bitcoin, okay? It's not like you have to sell out of USD and then get the USD. You can actually hit the send button and they will send, you can opt out in Bitcoin when you're done. You can't really do that with the ETFs. You know, it's in kind with money. That makes the iTrust Capital ETF, iTrust Capital kind of different than the ETF. All right. Just saying, it makes, and they also have awesome custody. Awesome custody. All right. ETF showing warnings of delay. Bloomberg announcement. The Lifer is a true trading community with wizards, helpful legends, and just normal people. We all have to learn, and that's what the group is for. Their learnings are unseen in the trading space. It's true. You can't really see it till you do it, and you're in it. And people kind of lend you that idea. You see the gains on the live. You have the proof of the value in front of you. If he gives you this for free, imagine what you get if you pay for the group. Join the 99 today. Miguel Paz. God bless you. Thank you for saying that. Anyway, let's go back into the total market cap in all of cryptocurrency. All right. And I'm going to start all fresh again. But right now, remember, we were at this rising wedge and we had the descending triangle, but we ripped back up. We didn't get the dip, right? Things changed. We're going to kind of rework this whole idea and see where we're at right now. We're going to get rid of the moving averages. This is the total market cap of all of cryptocurrency. All right. This is for all the beans. There's a few things that are different than the total market cap than Bitcoin. And we want to address them and show you how interesting they are. And pay attention right now because I'm about to blow your mind. Remember, when Bitcoin had its huge rip to the upside and things got awesome, Bitcoin got above the 5-day 200 SMA and just got really frisky right here. And things got all out of control. All right, just want to make that clear. When we go to the 5-day now on the total market cap, you can see we have just gotten above the 5-day 200 SMA. The same place Bitcoin was at right here before we had a massive, bigger pump to the upside. I'm not guaranteeing that we have a pump, but I'm just saying this is something to think about, something to pay attention to, all right? Getting above key moving averages, and remember the 21 coming for the 200 SMA, that was a key sign there was going to be a pretty big move for Bitcoin. So show me the charts and I'll show you the news. Someone just said Twitter, influencers saying there's a delay. Who cares what influencers are saying? Who cares what I'm saying? Let's look at the charts. The charts, men lie, women lie. The charts don't lie. I keep ushering, I do this, and again, the people around me eventually figure it out. But stay, you should stay on the charts. If the charts show bearishness, okay, then there's likelihood something that may not happen. If the charts show bullishness, there's a likelihood we get a move. All right. So this shows somewhat of a pullback on the 5-day. You're away from the 21. Okay. It says that there could be a pullback in this flag. There's a chance. I'm just saying there's a guarantee here. You're getting overbought. The 3-day chart, though, says, hey, no. We're actually about to get litty out of a rising wedge here. And this is why I like to come back and recreate what I did before, because you'll get stuck in your old TA. And you want to be like Bruce Lee. And we were talking about this yesterday on entrepreneurship, of how a true entrepreneur is someone that is recreating themselves every single day. Every day we create a show here. We never know exactly how the show is going to go. We don't know how many people are going to be here. We started with 3 people, to 10 people, to 20. Now we got 1,413 beautiful souls on the live, 564 likes, 800 people still want to, if you hit that like button, it's going to feel amazing. I'm telling you right now, it's good karma. So a little bit of bearish div. This swings up while this swings down on the RSI. Lack of bearish momentum in the MACD, though. And if we get the ETF approval, I mean, this is going to shoot up, right? Because there's going to be an influx of money into Bitcoin. Some people are going to take profits that are up in Bitcoin, and they're going to get into what? Other altcoins. It's just that's what's going to happen. All right? Total. The charts show what people are doing, not what they are saying. Amen. If influencers had knowledge, they would be called educators. They're called influencers for a reason. Influencers need views to make money. No way. Shocked. I'm recreating myself at 71. Grandpa, I love it. I'll be doing the same when I'm your age every single day of my life. Please look at Nexuser. About to pump. Maybe it will. Sailor looking good. Yeah, I like Sailor. I'm up a pretty good amount on Sailor from yesterday. We'll talk about it and break it down. So the total market cap, look, support too. This is a green zone. I make green zones at areas that are key. And you can see we have support. Some people told me this was yellow. I'm colorblind. Maybe it is. I thought this was green. Can someone square me away right now? Yellow or green? Square me away right away, and I'll never say it wrong again. I see the outline of it is yellow, but I thought the inside is green. Please look at Nexikine, sir. We will. Shout out to One Punch Uchiha. Wow. He will lay you out in one punch. Don't mess around. All right. Yellow. Okay. Sam, great to be back. Been lurking in the background. Watching. Love the way you live the live by putting your money where your mouth is, baby. Shout out to Crypto Stack in the house. God bless you, man. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I bought a lot of Gala. I got a 500,000 Gala now. I mean, not Gala. Oh, my God. Caspa. 500,000 Caspa. I am loaded up. My wife might not be too happy on how much Caspa I have. 35%, 2.27 is the target. $2.27 trillion. But we must, if we don't, we're making a falling wedge, and we may have to pull back. But right now, the 3-day does look bullish. It is what it is. We're close to the 21. And the daily looks like it's going to rip to the upside too as well. And, I don't see any, it doesn't look, the 4-hour doesn't look amazing. All right. There's no bearish div though or anything crazy, but the 4-hour just looks like it's kind of slumping around. Like we broke out, came back inside. So the 4-hour would have to get flipped by some smaller time frame like this. So honestly, it's interesting. If this 1-hour time frame doesn't play out, we're going to come to the bottom of the channel, play some games, and maybe have some more sideways action, and then there's a chance we go down. So it'd be awesome to see in the next 5 hours this 1-hour flag play out. It would kind of negate a lot of bearishness. So what I love about this 1-hour flag is it will take 5 to 8 hours at the most, hopefully, to tell us what's going to happen. And then from there, we can kind of figure out what's happening. All right. Nexa is pumping. Thank you. Amen. GF Burke. Nah, buy more. Shout out to GF Burke. We love you, man. I want 1 million Caspa. Will I finally become a whale? How much Caspa do I need to become a whale? I only have 500,000. Is it enough? My whole idea is this. Caspa goes to $2. I'm a millionaire on Caspa. I mean, Caspa, well, I've already done it, but, it makes me more millions. More millions. Yes. But, I'm looking to make a mill on a coin, man. You know what I mean? 1 million Caspa, and you're still just a shark. Wow. These whales are real whales, man. 400 a week in blueberries. It's like $20,000 a year. Yeah. We probably spend like 10 grand a year. Right, babe? You think we spend 10 grand to 15 grand a year on blueberries? Yeah. Dude, there's $6-7. I buy 3 packs. $21. 2 days later, you buy 3 packs. $21. A week's like $60 to $100 sometimes. I'd say the most we spend is $400 a month. In a year, it's like, it's like 6 grand. Yeah, this guy's math was off. But still, 6 grand on blueberries. We should have our own little farm. We could build a blueberry thing and grow them indoors probably for 6 grand and have endless blueberries. Are you still interested in XNA? I still own XNA. Organic frozen blueberries. Oh, a month. I did a week. You're funny. 400 a week. Food is expensive in America. Do you believe Casper will go to $2? I think there's a high likelihood it can. Yeah, I do. That's my aim for it. Then I'd make, if it hit $2, if it hits $1, I make 500 grand, right? If it hits $2, I make $1 million. Unless I get the mill first, but it depends on how much I get the mill at, you know. Much cheaper to grow your own, easy to grow. I know, right? So total market cap stays above the 200 SMA. And again, we're back to the 7. And that's why the 7, you know, look at the 7 on the total is below the 200, but it's in an inverted head and shoulder. So right now, the total market cap must break above this 7-minute 200 SMA. You see that? We get that movement. So the smaller time frame, like we get that, we break on out, a lot of things change. And look, we must be up in our trade now. Yeah, back up 3% again. And like go big or go home, right? It's like I don't like risking too much. But I'm going to add a little more onto this. It's now a $483 trade at 28x leverage, 28x leverage, 13,361. And I wouldn't call this a pump. It seems to be moving all right. Let's not look at it anymore. My trades go well when I don't look at them. Let's leave them alone. Let's let them cook. You know what I mean? Let's not like, don't stare at the popcorn while it's on the stove. You know, you ever do that? It never pops. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Samo is pumping. I like that coin because it's got my name on it and people call me Samo growing up. Yo, Samo. So the total market cap has to get above this yellow line on the 7-minute to remain bullish. Caspa actually had a nice pump today, up 11%. Doing pretty good. So we kind of got the total market cap figured out. Zignali was trending. You know, token metrics, you know, a lot of times they'll put a coin that's trending after it's already been pumping. Like, you know, like tell me about it when it was at 003. It dang near lost to 0 since, you know, August 28th. The thing is then a 10x. You know, don't look at my cornbread, dog, right? Take a shot at every time Sam says, you know what I mean, in a stream. You're funny. And yes, guys. And yes, guys. And yes. What's happening with LTC? I don't really care. You know what I mean? See, I did it again. Litecoin. Let's take a look at Litecoin. Now I have to stop myself from doing it. I would have done it right there. It's a space filler when you're talking a lot. DXY attempting to roll over. That's a decent fat fish. Shout out to GF Burke. And yes, guys, and yes, send in the super chats for TA on specific coins and deep dives. Crypto Bear Baker breaking it down. BSV going okay. Y'all heard about Craig Wright. Oh, no. What? What is it now? And honestly, I want to take a look at ES1, the S&P futures, for everyone that's trading traditional markets. As I've been talking about a flag to the downside here for the 4-hour time frame. And so far, exactly what I said has been occurring. And you're overbought on the 4-hour. Look for this to kind of just cruise on down a little bit. Come to the 200. You don't want to lose the 200. You can come to it. You can wick a little bit below it. And we can test the 46.72 area. And then once that flag plays out, it's likely we pump further to the upside. We broke out of the bigger flag that I gave this trade a long time ago. And I kept it because I know no one would believe me. But this has been here since I drew it. And you can go back in time and it's actually on. There's a documented time where I actually, in too many lines, I get it. It's messy. Oop, don't move that. But I found this cup and handle when it came to the 618. I said, open up a trade right there. Stop loss down there. It's a 5-to-1 risk reward ratio. It's a year-long hold to 6196 next November. And it's likely going to make some, 49% gains. So that's a 50% gain on a portfolio on the S&P. That trade's still open. And I'm still tracking it. And it's going to be a year-long trade. We'll see what happens. It's 4 months in and it's in the money, or 3 months in almost, and it's in the money. 2 months in, but anyway, that's group one right there. So I had this, this cup and handle and break it out, and I see more coming. Once we got above this high and we made the flag, we're likely retesting and then continuing to the upside for the S&P futures. I do a weekly analysis every single Friday, You'd want to jump in and watch that video every single Friday. It'll blow your mind. It'll blow your mind, okay? Again, where do we like to trade? MEXC, baby. MEXC has the least amount of fees. If you're going to do trading, MEXC is the place to be, MEXC Global, all right? You can also open up a KuCoin if you want. I do also use Coinbase to link to my bank. That's how I get in and out, all right? And shout out to my beautiful mother who passed away on Thanksgiving. Still can't believe it happened the way it did, but God bless you, Mom. I will always bring you up. Daisy, Irene, Daisy Price, we love you. I miss you so much. You were with me every day in my heart and my soul. God bless you, Mom. Thank you for making me strong. Thank you for making me a good person, and thank you for keeping me just in a good mood all the time. I love you, and I appreciate you. I love you, Mom. So there we have it. That's the total market cap in all cryptocurrency. The DXY, the S&P futures, Bitcoin. One thing we also want to look at is Bitcoin dominance. The altcoins were kind of slipping off a little bit. And look at Bitcoin dominance getting a bit of a run to the upside in the last 7 minutes. So people also sketched out a little bit, buying into Bitcoin. Now, one thing I'm going to look at is the U.S. tether dominance. We want to see that dropped on the 7 minute. It did it? Yeah, it did, right? Yeah, see? Or it doesn't look amazing. Let's look at the 7. Yeah, it's going sideways, not amazing. Let's get rid of all the scribble. You're like, what's going on? If I was a beginner, I'd be like, what is this guy doing? Don't worry, we're going to square it away and bring it into what makes sense. Look at the daily on the on U.S. tether dominance. It's in a bear flag and overbought. It's about to dump. That tells me that we're likely going to get a move to the upside for Bitcoin, okay? We almost double topped here, and we clearly couldn't get above resistance at 5.98%. Little bit of bullish div, I get it. Didn't really play out against the support and resistance there. So stochastics right now do want to take us further to the downside. It could change and flip. Anything could happen. Like this could flip and we could get them up, move. But we've kind of triple topped here, and we're still in the bear flag. If this plays out and starts to make the move down, when we know Bitcoin's likely getting a massive pump to the upside, all right? So then you want to kind of look over here too at Bitcoin dominance. Bitcoin dominance also pumps, sadly, all right, when people sell out of altcoins, all right? I know people don't realize that, but that's another reason why Bitcoin dominance pumps and dumps. It's you have to study it. There's really, I could give you a whole course, and it would take you like a month or two to go back and forth, and you start getting comfortable with Bitcoin dominance. But even here, I mean, you just play the pennant with tight moving averages above a high volume node, and I mean, boom. But this told me that people definitely were getting out of altcoins and getting into Bitcoin. And because we didn't get a huge, we would have gotten a spike. See, if there was a dip, this would have gotten a bigger spike. Specifically, this would have spiked the same on the 7 minute, but it went sideways. So we didn't get a huge injection in tether dominance. Okay, we got a huge injection in Bitcoin dominance, which means people sold off their altcoins into Bitcoin yet again. And so I think the biggest fear here is people don't have enough Bitcoin. There's a fear of being priced out of the market right now. And that's the time bomb, the ticking time, I don't even like to say it, but the ticking time, because it's getting so close. There's fear in all ages. There's fear that we're going to get a buy the rumor, sell the news. There's fear that people don't have enough Bitcoin. There's fear that they're going to get priced out and the ETF is going to make the price of Bitcoin go so high, you're not going to ever be able to get it at these prices again. And so there's all this FOMO going on. And if you just stay strong like we have, and you've been sticking through the bear market like we have, and if you've just got into cryptocurrency and you're new, then just have conviction in yourself, believe in yourself, work out every day, stay mentally strong, and like everything will come your way. Don't feel like you have to chase anything. You do have to get involved. You know what I mean? But this is the time to take advantage. The halving is coming very, very soon. 99 days, 3 hours, 13 minutes, and 40 seconds, April 19th. 10 days after my birthday, man. It's unbelievable. I'm going to turn 41, and then we're going to have the halving. It's going to be 40 wonderful. Unbelievable. My 40 wonderful birthday. All right. Studies show that people are more likely to believe any statement if you begin it with studies show. Okay? What? I'm just saying. It's that simple, right? It's like any joke goes when I make this. Watch. I saw a yellow bird. You have to do it right. I saw a yellow dog yesterday. Makes you want to laugh, right? Why? Just because it's not even a joke. You know what I mean? Watch. Orange blueberries. I mean, am I funny or is that, you know what I mean? I don't know, but you tell me. So we are conditioned to do things without you realizing it. And that's what I learned too the most about the human mind. I studied subconscious mind theory for a long time. Bitcoin down at a better price before the pump. You share a birthday with my sister Lifer. Crypto Bear Baker, that's so cool, man. The studies show that the studies don't show what the studies actually show. I like that. Studies show someone else stole my cornbread. Throw on Tupac tape. He predicted the Bitcoin ETF approval back in the 90s. One reason laugh tracks are played in the sitcom. Exactly, to make you laugh for no reason. If you have two wives, you could have twice as many Casper. Just saying. You're funny. We're programmed to also do what others do so that we fit in. Yeah, but to become successful, you can't fit in because you can't do what everyone else is doing to get on another level. Because then you'll be on the same level as everybody else unless you do something different. So crazy, right? So Bitcoin dominance ripping and looking like it wants to continue. Like reset. So this tells me that there's just people are piling into Bitcoin. This is kind of crazy. Now, the one thing is, though, this is what's a little sketchy, is Bitcoin dominance has been ripping for the last 1, 2, 3, 4. The Bitcoin dominance has been ripping for 10 straight days now. But it's getting to its limit here. We're going to need to see Bitcoin dominance let go and Tether dominance let go on the daily. That means the money is going in to altcoins. So that's a good sign. We want to see them drop together. It looks like this is what's going to happen by the charts. Tether dominance starts to drop. Bitcoin dominance gets a little more of a pop. If we get above this resistance, we're going to rip all the way to this next level and just go crazy. And that would be ETF, SHMETF, right? 59% for Bitcoin dominance. Or, something happens, we get delayed, and money starts to flow back into the altcoins, and people kind of lay off Bitcoin for a second. Either way, we're going to be able to take advantage because we've been building bags and doing what we do. All right. So there you go, Jimmy. You pulled it together and took a win. Now now Jim Cramer's saying Bitcoin's topping out. He's been wrong 95% of the time. It's kind of weird that he does this. It's just kind of strange. He does this all the time. I don't know why. It's weird, right? He does it to the point where it's almost programmed. So you feel like it has to be, I don't know, I just feel like it has to be done on purpose. I don't see any other way, you know what I mean? He'll say something and then it will tank. He'll be bullish and the thing will tank. You know what I mean? Okay. Jim has a government paid disinformation. Exactly. He goes, I can't stand when it says Bitcoin moving up. You're funny. Cramer is a psyop. Something's going on. Something's going on with Jim Cramer for sure. I don't know. Jim works for the central banksters. Yeah. And he also sells booze for a living. I mean, just, you know what I mean? That's what he did with his fame. You know what I mean? Maybe he said, where do you get the news from? I don't know. Where do you get the news from? He wrecked as many people as he can. We live in an opposite world. A lot of people, not just Jim. You're better off to believe the exact opposite. Jim C. paid off mortgage from Bitcoin proceeds a few years ago. True story. And Ethereum. He said he sold Ethereum too as well. He's playing the script. Look at that. Show the kind of just the sideways behavior here on the 1 minute. I'm not looking at it. I'm just letting it play out. It is what it is, baby. We're probably flat right now. Down 7%. Just let it sit. Just let it wiggle, baby. 15-minute looks like it's going to dump on us hard. Look at that. Head and shoulder coming down. Like, I would short that. The whole thing is if the 5 and the 7 hold their 200 SMAs, I'm long. The second we lose those, I'm out of the trade. So I'm only trading the fact that the 7th minute is holding the 200 SMA. All right. And Bitcoin dominance. Wow. Just watch your altcoins, man. Watch your altcoins. You want to look at BTC pairs right now. Good idea is to look at Bitcoin pairs and knowing what to look at and when and why, right? What's beating up on Bitcoin right now? HNT is up on the daily for Bitcoin, so it's not dropping as far as Bitcoin. These are strong coins. Tower is a little strong against Bitcoin, but everything else, look, getting absolutely beat. You can see it just all red on BTC pairs. Mostly. Most coins are dropping worse than Bitcoin today for the most part. And if you looked at crypto bubbles, it's pretty red for the altcoins in the last hour. The last day we got Bonk, we got HNT, TIA, Hex, BSV, and Caspa. And the last week was a tough week, right? Wasn't an amazing week. We still made massive gain. See, I was in and out a lot. A cash network really was the biggest gainer of the whole week. Stacks went up a little bit. TIA made some gains. And we still were able to pull out gains. Some of the coins we're in are so low cap, they don't get covered here. But, overall market hasn't been amazing for the altcoins. And you can see that Bitcoin dominance struggling too as well. And, there it is. We'll see what happens. Trades take time. They're not always up. They're not always down. You sit in your trade till the trade plays out. That's how I do it. All right. Who here likes the show and the way we do it? Who here can't wait for the altcoin portion of the show where we blast off into the fan funding and talk about all the awesome altcoins that people are talking about? We might even talk about something new. I never bought this coin yet, Redato, but it still just keeps coming up on my radar. Did anyone jump in? Did anyone look at it? I keep using the same history, go into my history, and I'll rebuild every single tab that I had up. So, wow, I'm glad I didn't get in, right? It tanked. But, it had a nice run up. You knew it was going to get sold off. I may still take a gander at this coin. I don't know anything about it. I don't know the team. I'm not talking about it because I got paid. I just want to make that clear. I'm literally an in real life person just on the internet with you guys. And you guys see what I discover on the internet together. We found this on the live stream about a week ago. It's GameFi, which is gambling. And, so I don't really have any gambling in my portfolio. Yeah. I don't own any yet, and I may never buy it. I'm warming up to it. This is how I warm up. I start to look. I start to feel it out. From its all-time low, it's still up 250%. Not a lot. Compared to some of these coins, they'll be up 4,000 or 5,000, and they'll still be worth trading because that's for the people that got them at the very, 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 very low. All right. Let's take a look at what you guys are asking. Can you take a look at Benji? Also, do you think 17 cryptos is too much for only 4K invested? I mean, it depends on the person. I'm not a financial advisor. Nothing I say and do should be taken as financial advice. And I'm never going to really give you advice on your portfolio, even if it's small or little. It just, you got to do what makes you happy. The more, the harder it is to keep a track of, for sure. You know what I mean? But if you feel like you can do that, then that's, it depends on the person. Some people, 10 is too much. Some people, 20 isn't enough. It depends on who you are. I have an absurd amount of coins. Most people would just look at me and just pass out with the amount of coins that I have. They would look at me and say, that's unhealthy, that's wrong, right? And I'd say, but I'm the crypto lifer. Like, I just take things to another level. And some people would say that's unhealthy. It depends where you're at. Look, so we have previous resistance right here and previous support here for Ben Chi. I bought this coin back in the day, Chi. All right, it was a hot little coin, hot little number, so to speak. And, I like what it's doing. The 2 days touching the 21-day moving average. It could drop, though, if it loses that support. But it's got a lot of chop there, which means if I can wick, I like it. I mean, it's interesting, and it's healthy technical-wise. About to get a golden cross on the 3-day chart. It's healthy on the technicals. 4-hour time frame does not look good. So I wouldn't touch it till the 4-hour time frame resets. I do that by putting alert down here and say add alert on the stochastics RSI. You may never seen anyone do that. I've never seen anyone do it. I put alerts on the stochastics RSI. When that hits, it'll tell me that we are oversold, and I won't have to sit and stare at the charts all day long. All right. You do need the 4-hour to get back above the 200 SMA. Sooner than later. If this stops and you lose this level, you're going to drop to the 8-hour 200, and then you may revisit this key level here. So it's not all awesome for Benji. I personally wouldn't trade it. I like assets that are either closer to their support or resistance levels on the lower ass side and don't have this much of a gap here. It's very high risk for me, but I don't know about you. It depends on you and how you trade. Okay. Okay. Now, yeah, I'm looking at these nut smashers. I want to smash nuts. I don't know. Have you ever seen pressers? I want to press nuts. Anyway, whatever. That's a whole nother story over there. I'm gonna press your nuts over there. Hey, put his nuts in a press. Hey, take a look at Benchy. Can you take a look at Neon on CoinEx targets? All right, so Neon, which has been getting a lot of buzz. Neon EVM, right? It's been getting a lot of buzz lately. And I forgot the end, which got us lost. But we're back on Neon EVM. So it was the hype, right? Everyone talked about it. And this is what happens. You see YouTubers mentioning it. It gets hype. It gets crazy. Down here at 53 cents, it ran up all the way, wow, to $4. That's insane. It is insane. From when it first came out on the 12th of December. So in a month, I mean, wow. Then it double topped, had one more push out to 4, and then it took a dump. Chart looks absolutely horrible. It's a mess. The daily's oversold. It's lost to 21. Not a lot of information on any other time frame to give you kind of like a good feel. Wow, the people that got in early at 3 cents are happy, right? I mean, 3 cents. At the end of October, you went from 3. I mean, this is insanity. People that knew about this at 3 cents. Wow. And it went to $4. Like 133.33x. I thought it was more than that, but 30. Yeah, no, that's wow. Right now, they're still holding 133x. Oh, no, they're not. They're at 192. But they're at like a 50x, or like a 40x. And it whipped down to 164 and got bought back up. So I see you're interested, like, well, people got back in. Who's buying back in? You have to remember, there's people that don't look at the chart at all, and they just probably heard about it. And this coin was hot. You know what I mean? I didn't jump on in. Its market structure is just kind of garbage. Yeah, like the descending triangle broke to the downside, right? Came down to the golden pocket. So you needed to wick back inside this, and then the falling wedge could break on out. And you get some type of normalcy, right? Hard to tell, though. This is one of the most challenging charts I've seen in a long time. It doesn't look like something I've seen. It's a mess. So you can clearly see the descending triangle broke to the downside, which has more downside, too, technically, to the 786 Fibonacci retracement. But you got a high volume node sticking out that you hit off of, so it tells me, you went through the gap. Yeah, that's pretty strong. And then you have a lot of support and resistance there. It tells me we could get a bigger support or resistance there. Shoulder, kind of head, right shoulder over time, and breaks out to the upside. Crazy, far-fetched idea, I get it, Shout out to my man, 3 Much Crypto. Shout out to Labos. Should be long ordinals before the ETF news. Rats, etc. If you think that's a hot idea, I'm an ordi, so I got myself covered. So yes, I am doing a little bit of that on the narrative. I'm just going the bigger route, though, just holding ordi with a bigger position. All right? I will take a look at ordi in a little while. So this would have to jump back inside the pattern to remain bullish. Otherwise, you know, you may even make a bear flag and drop further down. End up making this bigger pattern, I guess. You know, I'm looking for some type of what's happening idea here. So that makes sense. We may get a bounce, continue kind of lower, then move on out, and then the bigger move comes for Neon EVM. If you believe in this coin, it's a good time to accumulate, but sketchy, you know, price action's hard for me to read right now. And that usually that's not the case. So that means that's kind of, that one's very irregular. Let's take a look at my baby Hello. Hello token fell out of the pattern. Oh man, it was looking so beautiful for a possible move to 28. I had an alert, hit the alert, went up and down, right? And then fell out of the pattern, retested, lost the 200 SMA, and continued to fall to the downside. It's all about the moving averages. So Hello took a bit of a fall. Dang, man. I have a pretty big position in this, so I don't like seeing that, right? Let's take a look at the daily. So Hello ripped up too pretty nicely and got away from the 200 SMA. It's getting a pretty extended on the daily. It's been pumping since late September, and now it did get all the way to a high of 21. All right, it may come back down and have a revisit it. Let's look at the 2-day. It's not that bad. There's some support here on the 3-day. The daily's in a flag. So resistance, resistance, support. SR flipping on the daily. Holding a wild trend line. And what we want to just see is it kind of consolidate, right? For its next leg to 40. I would like that, obviously. You know what I mean? Bearishness is the second it loses this level, could come down and test this 200 SMA. And if it loses this high volume node, you got a gap in the VRVP. And there's a chance we go back to 8 cents. All right. So I don't like to paint a picture of all bullishness just because I own something. And that's what I love about being a TA guy. These other guys that are TA guys, and whoever, I don't even know, but most, I've watched other YouTubers and they're just going to be all bullish on something and never even say if they own it or not. And you're like, huh, you know. I'll tell you I own the coin, but I'll also tell you if we lose this key level, we could drop further down. So I'm being real. Like, I'm not just like, it's all bull, go all buy it in. Just like, I don't pump my bags like that. If my bags will pump, if God wants them to pump, they'll pump. I'll get what God wants me to get, regardless of, like, I've submitted to God. I'm going to get whatever God is going to give me. You know what I mean? If God wills it, it'll happen. If God doesn't will it, it won't happen. Simple. It's very simple to me. It's a simple way to live life. You know, I can put my best foot forward and try the hardest I can. I can strategize, I can plan, and I can work hard. And let the cards fall as they will. Hello looks, you know, I like the falling wedge to break to the upside. I like the tightness, and I like that it's near the 200 SMA on the 4-hour time frame. And it's been holding this trend. No reason to believe that it won't. The 4-hour stochastic suggests that we may have to drop down, though, and reset. So, very crucial we hold this trend line. Very crucial we don't lose 15.550. Or 15.50, yeah. Shout out to Daniel Henney. Let's celebrate the first super chat on a live stream. God bless you, Daniel. Thank you for being here. We appreciate you. Can you look at Ben Chi? We did look at that. Neon, we looked at Neon. Can you look at Pyth? Pyth's been a while, right? And Pyth seems to be a long-term idea, oracle in the bull run. But definitely got rug pulled. Look at that. And I got into Pyth at 42 for about 2,500. So that Pyth position is down, right? Am I going to add to it? Let it go. We were up in Pyth at one point. Seems to me they just kind of like, you know, just kind of slowly got sold off. No hype, not enough love, and other coins that were just cooler. All right. I haven't looked at it in a long time. Didn't really much care about it too much, right? The position wasn't big enough for me to even really notice, to be honest. Not to be rude, but could be a beautiful buy zone. Very high risk at this point. New coin, new in the exchange. Did something happen to their oracle? Did they get, I'd have to read into that, but a lot of people are very bullish on this AI oracle. Think it could do numbers. I just speculatively bought in to see what could happen. We'll see where it goes. Honestly, to me, it's complete high risk now. It would be based on the fundamentals if you like the coin or not. Trading wise, I'd have to see it get back above this key resistance here at 28.48 to even take it somewhat seriously. There's a chance it goes lower, right? There's no telling where it could go at this point. It's in price discovery the other way, price undiscovery. I don't know. We got to get a name for that. When something's just so low that it looks like it could continue to dump all the way to the downside. Stronghold SHX, a banger of a banger of a banger. This thing just continued to move to the upside. When did we first learn about this? Someone showed us on the live stream. SHX. Oh wow, so we've traded this before. I have it on my radar in February. Same one though? Stronghold? Funny, back in February we were trading this thing. All right, so looks like I put a little flag here and put an alert there. Looks like it ripped out my flag, didn't even make it, then came back down, made another flag, and continued to the upside, right? Rising wedges break down 68% of the time. So it's more likelihood this is going to dump, and they dump right back to where they began. So it's a likelihood this is going to dump to the downside. But when things get very bullish and people go after, there's a lot of FOMO, you get a break to the upside out of a rising wedge, and it goes parabolic. This thing's been going parabolic since December 17th. It's out of control. It ripped through a zero already. Stronghold. Up 606x. Even since just the 28th of December, in 11 days. It's up 158% gains. So there's a lot of people are loving this thing. They're fiending for it. Chance that it continues to the upside, but it's high risk. It's just very high risk, right? But that would be a 75% gain. It would take us to the target. These targets hit very, very likely. I see them hit all the time. 0081135 would be the target of SHX for Stronghold. Area that we're looking at here. Hot coin on the radar. If anything pumps today, it could be this coin because it's it's got this parabolic move. And so far, it's still making the parabola. It hasn't broken the parabola. I wouldn't be surprised if it does hit that 73% gain. It's on Gate.io though, right? Not a lot of places to find this puppy. I don't have a Gate account, so I didn't, on Bittrex too. I guess Bittrex International. But shout out to anyone that got into Stronghold. Maybe it has an address. Let's take a look too. Probably can get it on Uniswap or something. We'll see. Yep, it's got an Ethereum address and it's got a Stellar address. But it could have definitely been purchased on Uniswap. And if you go to Dex Screener, we can paste in the address here. And I just want to look at it for wrapped ETH. And wow, it's just been banging. It actually almost looks a little better here. See, it looks like a little more tempting. It's in a flag on the Ethereum side. That looks like it's going to pump. Which means our other puppy's going to go to the upside, right? So interesting. I never really juxtaposed that. The ETH as opposed to, and let's see if SHX for ETH, if that's anywhere else too. No, okay. All right. But that's good data. Thank you for giving us that idea. I'd put an alert on this. This thing is definitely worth watching. Could pump to the upside. It's high risk, but it could bump. It's got a Gate.io. I'm going to also post the Uniswap chart because it looks interesting to me. I love how Discord, like, you can just copy, paste, grab, go, you know, I just really like the movement of how to, like, you can send data through Discord. It's just awesome. It's awesome. Trade 25 sideways, staying above that 200 SMA. As long as we stay above the 200 SMA, I remain bullish. And we've been going up and down on the momentum indicators in holding it, which builds momentum. It builds momentum. It really does. All right. Who here learned about a new coin on the stream? Every day I learn about a new coin on the stream. It's insane. Should we long ordinals? I do want to look at Ordi, though. Like I said I would earlier, important to me what Ordi's doing. And definitely Ordi, you know, Alex Labs, STX, when Bitcoin gets the bigger move, I definitely, you know, it gets me to the idea that we should get a bigger move, you know. So let me take a look at Ordi here. And I always put the R before the D somehow. Ordi on MEXC. It's also on a bunch of different places. So Ordi, we got in at 58, still holding 71. We wanted the breakout. We did. We got a beautiful pump for Ordi off the 618. Got to the high of 77, came back down. But look, the 1 hour looks interesting. And what we want to see is we just want to see it, like, you know, consolidate, something like this. And then just get ready for its next leg up and just keep kind of slowly plugging away here to the upside for Ordi. So I'm still in Ordi, no reason to leave it. Can you check Bonk? I think we already did that. It gave back most of the gains, right? In a falling wedge, you know. So Bonk broke out, which is nice. It's been waiting for a long time to finally break that resistance. You would say that was your time to get in. I mean, technically, once a coin breaks resistance, that's it, like, right? It hasn't broken this resistance since it started the free fall. And you would look for the 1 hour to break on out. Possible scalp for Bonk now. Back on the radar. See how the 50 is coming for the 200 SMA? It's a bullish sign that this is going to break out. So possible scalp on Bonk right now. And that would be a pretty big move for Bonk. 33%. It has to break above resistance, obviously, but 4 hour looks absolutely overbought and says, you know, not the best. So you need to see this 1 hour kind of come into command. Gives it a little high risk to me. If the 4 hour's low, I'd be all over that 1 hour scalp. And there's a chance it still plays out. All right. Weapon for AVAX. I don't even know if we can find that, man. Weapon/AVAX. Yeah, that's not going to come up on the bigger stuff. Maybe Trader Joe XYZ or something. Maybe it's here. Let's see. Weapon for AVAX. Mega weapon for wrapped AVAX. Pumped up huge already. Got $11 million market cap. It's coming back down to the 618. If you believe in it and you like it, it's definitely doing a, you know, healthy retracement. It could continue to the upside. Possible 165% gains coming out of it. You know what I mean? But you never know. Shout out to the 1,383 people on the live. 702 likes. Please keep hitting that like button. Let the algorithm know that you like what we're doing here. It helps out the channel. I'm telling you right now, we appreciate you. Thank you so much for the love. All right. And we're just kind of, you know, ripping through these super chats here one step at a time. I got Hex to go. All right. Tori also asked about. We got Bonk. Let's take a look at Hex. Remember, I put that $500 into Hex just to prove a point. It's been in there ever since. It's still down. about $200. We'll see what happens, okay? Hex actually got a nice pump, though, in the last, 10, 12 hours. So remember, it's all about getting back above these moving averages, right? So you watch the daily. And once Hex breaks above that 200 SMA on the daily, I mean, it's going to probably get some pretty big movement. And resistance ever since it fell on the 21st. If you notice, it kind of moves with bonk. Maybe it gets people treat it like a meme in a way. I'm not saying it is. I'm not trying to, But yeah, I mean, I would shoulder, head, kind of, or cup and handle. It's been lower before. It's its first higher low. Once it can get above the 200 SMA on this daily, it looks like the daily's going to move up pretty fast. I really wouldn't be surprised if Hex is up. And I don't own any. I own some Pulse Chain. I don't own any Hex at all. I could care less what Hex does. I'm not in the Hex army. I don't love Richard Hart day and night. You know what I mean? I'm not one of the, it just wasn't my thing. I'm too much, I'm a lifer. I got my own community. I couldn't be in love with anyone else's community but our own, right? I'm a lifer, man. I'm not a Richard Harter. God bless him. I wish him the best, and everyone in the world, I wish them the best. If they have good lives, if everyone out there in the world had a great life, wouldn't it make my life better? If everyone had a beautiful mansion and everything going for them and just waved at me as they walked down the street. So I want everyone to have a beautiful life. Then I won't get robbed. Things won't go, you know what I mean? It's only going to be a better off. All right. What I'm also seeing for Hex too, which is very interesting, is a shoulder, a head, and a right shoulder that's likely to break to the upside. Test me on this, but that looks interesting. And if the daily stochastics come out here, we turn, and you're still down here doing nothing, then it's a wrap. But if this daily come up and we get some movement here, which looks like we should, and once Hex closes the candle above the 200 SMA on the daily, I would expect for a bigger move to the upside. And it gets above this high volume node. Look, it can gap up to this one and then get all the way to the value area highs. I don't see why you can't see a 1 3/10% Hex just based on the technical analysis. There's a high, there's a low, there's a high, there's a higher low. First higher low ever since on the macro. Low. Everything else, that was a tiny one, but everything macro, lower lows, that's your first higher low on the macro, and you do get a move likely to the upside from that. Many times in my life, I've seen it. Not into the Hex community, just hope to make money on it in another coin. Yeah, 100%. Some people are die-hard Hex fans. I get it. They're all about their Hex, right? It's never been my thing, but you never know, right? And let's take a look at Caspa, our last super chat of the day, which is so fitting and beautiful to end with my baby Caspa. So I like what Caspa's doing. It's in a flag. I bought in pretty heavily. If it loses this flag, it's dropping to the 200 SMA, 786, and we're getting a 7-cent Caspa. If you can't handle that, then you're not in the right game. At that point, I would have to load up so much and balance off my insane Caspa bags. 4 hours a little overbought. Tells us we could probably come back down to 9 cents. The whole market doesn't look great on the 4, but we're making these flags on the 1, so it's interesting. It's like everything's doing the same thing. We're watching these 1 hour flags like Bitcoin to see if they can defy the 4 hour time frame. This has a little bearish div on it, which isn't the best. Likely that we're going to drop to the downside and end up down here at the bottom of the channel. Watch the 1 hour, see what the 1 hour can do, but you're at resistance and the 4 hours overbought. I know we're headed lower on the 1 hour, but I see a pullback for Caspa. I'd love a punch. I love Caspa, so why am I not talking bullishly, right? Shouldn't I get these bags going and tell everyone it's going to rip? I don't do that. I show you what the charts say, not what I want. I could easily try it, probably put some smoke and mirrors and try to make it look bullish. I mean, the 50 is coming for the 200. It stays above the 200. As long as it stays above the 200 in the 1 hour, it's got a good chance of continuing to the upside. But you got to get through this 4 hour. 22 hour it had that big wick back to the upside on the 22. Big wick back on there on the daily. And the daily looks like it could bend back up. Even the 2-day and the 3-day are both pretty oversold. So that tells me it's a good time to accumulate Casper for sure. And that's what I've been doing. Buying a lot of Casper between the 10, 9, and 11 cent area. All right. Bullish on Caspa. Can you do ICP before you leave, please? ICUP. Sorry, I'm just being stupid. 1,133 votes. That's unbelievable. God bless you all. 61% say the ETF gets approved tomorrow. 39% say no rug pull. So we have almost half the group is skeptical, but most people believe that we will get the ETF approved. Is that because people want it to be approved? You know what I mean? I did it again. Dang it. My wife is going to have to wash my mouth out with soap. Dude, I like what the 1 minute is doing. 1 minute's about to get busy. I'm about to double down on the 1 minute. I'm going to leave you with a 1 minute scalp because I'm a nice guy. There's your 1 minute scalp trade. Enjoy. They could have dumped the 1 minute. They tried so many times. So far, the bulls have showed that the 1 minute is strongito. Forte, más forte. Uno minuto es más fuertes. Ahí. So, can we get to 47.5? First take profit would be 47.2. I'd watch this flag on the 1 minute time frame if I were you. But you do whatever makes you happy. And we're going to get back here to that 7 minute. Yeah, look, the 7 minute. Ooh, dude. Hold up. Hold up. I'm about to triple down in my trade. 7 minute bull flag. Finally got oversold. Stayed above the 200 SMA. It looks like the smaller time frames are going to plan their escape out the skin in this world of fly girls until I go Earl, until I call Earl, remember? Biggie. But I like what I'm seeing here. This is interesting. This is very interesting. I'm going to add a little more. I'm going to get, I'm either going to rock now at this point. But I've been letting the small time frames breathe, and they've been giving me a little bit of love. Let me see my risk now. Always good to check your risk. If I lose this trade, 196, 200 on the risk. If I lose this trade, 123, that's $320. So I'd be out $400. Take a hammer to the portfolio. Almost a little over risk. I only got a 5,000. I would lose $400. I'd have to grind my way back. Only time will tell. Now we got ourselves a bit of a bull pennant, though. And this is what I'm watching. And this is the long. I'm still in it. Target's 50,800. Only time will tell. Everybody, thank you so much for being here. Please comment, like, and subscribe. Hit the bell for notifications. You can find out when I post my next video. Remember, if you came to the channel, then you are already doing the right thing. May God bless each and every one of you for being here, and may you have a blessed day. Thank you so much, and I'll catch you guys on the next live stream. Thank you for your time. It's the best live stream ever, man. I love it. You guys have just... I'm super excited for what's going to happen tomorrow and throughout the next few weeks. I'm excited. ICP before you go, mate, please. I love you, man. I can't... What? No more. Yep, the team says I got to go. I love y'all. God bless. Thank you so much for being here, and I'll catch you on the next live stream.
Boy, I'm feeling bullish. Everything's looking good. Bitcoin's up 4%. And then I open up my portfolio and I say, why are like only 20% of my alts popping? Why is everything else down a bit, folks? It's going to be a great show. We're going to talk about the ETF. We're going to talk about potential day it will start trading if we get the ETF approved tomorrow. Also, we got Kelly and Drew on the ones and twos. How are you two doing?
You know what? I'm doing great, and I am staying ahead
Great.
I'm staying ahead of the curve this year, especially because everything that's going on in the market right now. I'm getting my taxes done early. I've already started on them using decrypted tax. If you guys want
Nice.
to check out a great spot to do your crypto taxes, because you got to do them. I'm sure that they're going to be bringing the hammer down on people that are kind of skirting that. So check out decrypted.tax. And you know what? The reason I'm doing it, because I think I'm going to be getting some money back this year, and I'm going to deploy it right back into crypto.
Okay. I thought you were going to say right back to Uncle Sam and the IRS, but that'll be for next year. All right, everybody, and then that 2026 tax bill. I'm not looking forward to that one. The tail end of 25. Drew, what's your tax plan? Just pay them, right?
I mean, they pay me for how many children I have.
Oh, yeah,
You know
okay.
what I
Yeah,
mean?
you have a brood.
Yeah, this is like a government incentive program to not see the end of society as we know it. So they're, incentivizing children being
Well, what do you
born.
think of that incentive program? Should we pay parents for, having children?
Yeah, life costs so much more when you have a big family. People, that are single, that are like going to Chick-fil-A cost me $80. So I'm here for it.
No.
Yes.
Wait, what?
Yeah.
Wait, no. More seriously, though, what was your last Chick-fil-A bill? For a family of 6, for those who are wondering. Family
Right
of
around
6
like
Chick-fil-A bill.
$75, man. Yeah. It's up there.
What?
Yeah.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
I had no idea inflation was that bad.
The
I
pain
don't
is
go to
real.
Chick-fil-A that often, but...
Yeah. You feel it a lot more when you're feeding 6 people. So.
Oh man. See, I'd be feeding those kids ramen. I'd be teaching them ramen, how to make ramen and mayonnaise sandwiches. But let's talk about this Bitcoin ETF. Forbes is saying a spot ETF approval will send Bitcoin's price to $80,000. Will that happen? What would it look like? So they're saying emphasizing the impact of this approval and what it would have on the price, according to the publication, could surge to 80K by the end of 2024 if we get the SEC approval of these applications. They're also predicting approximately $5 billion flowing into the ETFs just in the first 6 months of 2024. The second half could see double that with an inflow of $10 billion, giving us, projections indicating Bitcoin could attain a $1.5 trillion market cap before the year's end. Where would that put us at market cap wise? Because we have more Bitcoin released. Where do we peak out at? 2 trillion? Do you remember? 21 November?
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking right here. 21 November 2022. Let's see, 21. That was, it was in terms of the market cap. Actually, let me pull it up.
Okay, I was going to say, on TradingView. And also, if you're on CoinGecko, if you want to share this real quick, they have a market cap tab that you can then tap there, right there. It'll tell you, hit max. Okay, wow, not even that high. It was actually only 1.25. 1.25 trillion. So, okay, seeing a significant pump for Bitcoin. Standard Charter is even more bullish. 80K feels like FUD. But this is for the end of 2025, and they're saying a $200,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2025, a 300% climb from where it trades today, saying the ETFs may absorb, coming in a lot higher, $50 to $100 billion worth of flows within a year. So the price of gold rose 4.3x the 7 to 8 years it took for the ETP holdings to mature. And so they're saying, similar projection for Bitcoin here that assumes between around 500,000 to 1.3 million new Bitcoin will be held in the US ETFs by the end of this year. In USD terms, that should be 50 to 100 billion. Yeah, saying another prediction, they're coming in a little bit higher than 80K, $100,000 Bitcoin by the end of 2024.
Whew. But,
how do we feel about that?
Well, something I want to bring up that a lot of people I feel like are just kind of skirting over and not acknowledging. We draw this correlation between Bitcoin and gold, especially when we're trying to look to historically how gold performed when the ETF was approved for that. But gold has been around through basically the age of civilization. It's not a new technology, and it does not have a finite amount of 21 million like Bitcoin does. So we're venturing into different territory. I am so excited for the future because the fact that we have these Bitcoin spot ETFs basically not only on the horizon, we can see the mast of the ship coming over the edge of, yes, you heard it, the round earth, coming over that horizon. It's tomorrow, more likely than not, we're seeing it's going to be tomorrow. And the fact of the matter is there's so much money on the sidelines that we have not even really earmarked or really conceived what the flows are going to do to Bitcoin, because it's not just a new asset, in a new niche. It's an entirely different concept on everything that's regarding monetary instruments. It's so I think it's going to be an interesting year to say the least, and I think they're undercutting it conservatively, saying 50 to 100 billion.
All right. Well, we also have a very bullish TA signal that is just launched. And after this, we're going to talk about VanEck's prediction on when it starts trading. I want to make sure I have the right data here. So we have never had this in the last, what are we looking at here? Since 2016. So in the last 7 years, we've attempting to print a rare crossover that preceded the Bitcoin bull run to 20K in 2017. So we're looking at a very, very bullish indicator. Looks like it has maybe only happened once ever. What are we talking about here? It is a golden cross. The 21 period EMAs attempted across the 50 period EMA, and this is for the weekly, correct? So we have never seen this since then. And then look what happened with Bitcoin's price action. Have you seen this on the charts? Were we looking at this earlier?
Well, I'm looking here at a golden cross with the 50 and the 200 here on my chart, and we've never seen it. We got very close back here with the faster moving average here, dipping very close to it. But this also is another marker that sort of signifies what I just said. This asset is so new that back here when we were seeing basically in November 2015, there wasn't enough history of charted price action to give a 200-week moving average, which is why this, in previous cycles, you could not have seen anything unfold in this manner. But the fact of the matter is, this moving average cross right here with this faster moving average dipping down as we saw here and coming back and crossing is just another feather in the cap for all the bullishness that is stacking up this year. We've never seen this many things confluent with astronomically bullish situations to propel Bitcoin to that 80K, 100K, 200K and beyond price point in US dollars that I think we're going to be seeing here sooner than we think.
All right. And sooner than you think is what this ETF might start trading on as well. Let me go ahead and read this. VanEck CEO says its spot Bitcoin ETF should start trading in 2 days, everybody. So kind of, assuming we're going to get approval tomorrow and then looking like we're going to be able to trade within 24 hours on there, echoing other firms that expect the SEC to greenlight these products and the next day. You believe it's going to start trading Thursday? The host asked. Yeah, said Jan VanEck.
What a name.
You said what a name?
Yeah.
That is such a name. That is a powerful Bond villain name.
Yeah. With the last name being VanEck, I'm guessing his first name is Jan.
Okay, Jan. All right. We got the international man of mystery over here, so thanks for keeping us compliant there. Asset manager has been vying for this ETF for months, and updated forms have been rapidly filed as they get closer to obtaining approval, and they're also anticipating a decision soon. And look at that, effective at the end of business day on Wednesday, with trading to begin Thursday morning, not 2 p.m., not 4:58 p.m., not 11:59 p.m. in the morning. What are we going to wake up to? Those is that going to be God candles on Thursday?
Well, what we all need to take into account here is a lot of people are trying to trade the hell out of this move, and there's a lot of things that are not fully codified yet. There's not fixed dates. There's not fixed approvals that have happened, and not only when it's approved, but when is it going to start trading? And so that being said, if it does, say we do get approval tomorrow morning, midday, or tomorrow evening, anytime tomorrow, and everybody's expecting now that maybe because of this article that maybe it's going to, start trading on Thursday. If that doesn't happen, there's going to be some volatility in the market. So we have to be patient, take your shots, but have a strategy around it. Don't go throwing your entire portfolio that you've been stacking through the bear market on a 30x leverage trade, thinking you're going to catch a God candle and then only for it to dip and shake you out. Now, do I think it's going to trade on Thursday? I think there's a good possibility of it. If I had to guess, especially as we talk to James Seyfarth and a couple of the other people that really understand these ETFs so much more than we do, it seems to me like they were lending their mind to a date a little bit beyond that, still near.
Yeah.
Like sometime even next week, maybe.
Yeah, so I'm releasing a video, and I'm actually coming in, from my research, it looks like it's going to be, weeks, potentially, days. So, maybe just think about that when you watch the video tonight. This VanEck CEO statement, it's a bold proclamation. Because a CEO of an asset firm like that, you don't think it would just be saying things you would expect from a meme token founder. That's almost like a meme token founder. Like, we're going to be on this centralized exchange Thursday.
Right. But,
like, whoa.
But you see, that could be a narrative setup for a drop in price to give better access to lower prices. I'm not saying that's going to be the case, but we have to be aware when we're trading and investing, we're actively participating in the market. I don't mean just buying and holding. When you're trying to actively participate in price action, you need to be aware that there are narratives at play that other people are sharing in such deep and intricate ways that you don't know it's a narrative push until the market does the opposite thing because they're triggering your emotions. But I wanted to go to Turkey, the Rio.
Yeah, I like this
He
assessment.
said, what happened in previous events that were similar to ETF approval, CME, Coinbase, Future? Now, I do want to bring that up because it's a great point. In the previous times when we've had these big, conceptually big events that have taken place within the crypto world, especially with Bitcoin, with the CME futures, Coinbase being, crypto-facing exchange getting IPO'd, and then the futures ETF, BITO, all those marked a somewhat of a local top in Bitcoin. But
They were all at the worst 12-month period of the 4-year cycle, or the best, but conversely the worst.
But in addition to that, one of the things that we have to be aware of through all this that, and we talk about this, you bring this up a lot when we talk about altcoins. Community has a huge impact on what's going on with price action and what the community narrative is at the time. And we have to admit, over the last 4 years, over the last 14, but primarily from the last market cycle top to where we're at now, the amount of evolution and awareness globally that has taken place, and I don't want to say acceptance, but at least those seeds of doubt or the cognitive dissonance that has been planted from mainstream media is those winds have started to shift dramatically, especially since the announcement of the BlackRock spot ETF application that they put in. It made a lot of fund managers and a lot of institutional people out there that were kind of putting their back up against the wall saying no to Bitcoin. Maybe there's something here. And I think that with the FASB rules changing and it's obvious that Bitcoin is going to be some sizable portion of portfolios in both corporate treasuries, individual retail and businesses and government. So I think the winds are a little bit different now. That does not mean it's only God candles from here, but I do think we are going to see an incredible 2024. So hit the like button if you're expecting some green candles this year.
Catch them all in a 30x altcoin trade. Dollar at 75x. I actually just closed a 10x long on Cardano. Almost wish I was still in it here. I kind of caught in on this little bit of a ball and knife area. We just closed it minutes ago. But man, I almost, the reason I close it, because I'm trying to do the live stream and I don't want to keep having to go back to the charts. So I close it. I should have moved the stop loss. I'm already feeling the FOMO.
I don't think I did it on the basement. It felt right.
It felt right to close it. It feels good closing in profit. All right, we're getting up to steak dinners now. I'm moving past the sandwiches, moving into the steak dinners with like a glass of wine.
Is it like a TV steak dinner, or is it like you go
it's
to
a real
Prime
steak dinner.
120?
It's a real. I'm not at Salt Bay steak dinners. That's the next level of trade. So moving on up to Salt Bay steaks. Right now we're just at regular steaks with a glass of wine. All right, you ready for the most bullish indicator? What to you is one of the most famous indicators in crypto and finance in general?
Oh, let's be mad.
He has my haircut.
Let's be Mad Money Mike. Mad Money Mike. It's going down. It's going down. That means.
Speaking of Money Mike, Cat Williams, the only person who could play that. Actually, Dave Chappelle would do that.
I meant to say
role
Mad Money, but yeah, because we were talking about that earlier. Yeah.
All right. Well, yes, we're talking about Jim Cramer. All right. Jim Cramer just put out a bold proclamation for Bitcoin yesterday. You can already feel the tension in the air, the hairs on the back of your neck starting to stand up. What did Jim Cramer say about Bitcoin? Please, oh please say it was bad. Call it rat poison. Just say anything. Just say how it sucks. And then we know something good will happen. What did he say? Oh, he turned bearish. This is good news. Yes. He is now bearish. He thinks it is topping out. What does that mean, chat? What do you think when Jim Cramer says Bitcoin is at a top? Is that a reverse indicator again? Well, during the segment, he advised against investing in Bitcoin mining stocks, such as Marathon Digital and Riot Platforms. He said, if you want Bitcoin, oh no. If you want Bitcoin, then buy Bitcoin. But then he did say, I think Bitcoin is topping out. By the way, Jim Cramer topping out there. Robert in North Carolina had a question there. He praised the cryptocurrency as a technological marvel. He also acknowledged its resilience and unexpected comeback. Unexpected to him.
Unexpected if you don't look at a chart. And this is for so many people out there. And you got to share this with friends and family. These markets don't just willy-nilly move around. If you zoom out on a weekly or a monthly chart, you can see on any asset, not just Bitcoin, what cycles they flow into and how the price action responds over different periods of time. And Bitcoin, more than any asset that I've ever seen, has a fairly fixed. I mean, really quick, just a tangent here. Look at this chart really quick. I mean, these are the halvings. If you haven't seen this before, you must be new here, but welcome to the Bitcoin show here, because when we get these halvings, the reduction in new supply coming in, this is when you get the best part of the bull market in each cycle following the halving. And so when he's saying right here, which is relatively right here, now he's bearish just before the most bullish time in the microcycle of Bitcoin. It blows my mind. It blows my mind.
Well, Rob, they're actually surprised. The article, they were surprised that he didn't, predict correctly here. Following his comments, Bitcoin continued to trade robustly and then recently hit a new local high above 47K. Well, the author of this article doesn't know what we know. Jim Cramer is the reverse indicator for Bitcoin. Let's just will it into existence. We see Jim Cramer being bearish. Let's all just put in a spot order of $20. Let's all just market buy $20.
Yeah.
Kind of like El Salvador Day. I remember buying on that day, and then I remember just bleeding 30% over the next 2-3 months. Like, okay, I fell for that scam. All right, well, I think it's time for us to look at some BitLab charts. Everybody, we're now we already kind of covered the Golden Cross. We have a lot of people trading some alts. There are some alts doing pretty well. Let me just share this real quick because I don't know if you're going to share any of these coins. Bitcoin is moving up 4.6% and Solana moving 6%. But you're going to see a sea of red, a lot of red. But some of these alts are really moving. Bonk, 22%. Helium, 22%. Tia, 20%. Then the first coin we haven't really talked about, BSV, also up 20%. Caspa is up 10%. And Mantle, we're seeing a lot of good assets here. Say is up 5%. Anything popping out in the alts to you?
Oh, yeah, actually. Let me go to those charts. I actually had a couple pulled up. Nick asked me before we went live. He said, we should look at some of the things that we think might perform well alongside Bitcoin if Bitcoin gets the spot ETF approval, because there's a speculation whether the entire market's going to pump or is Bitcoin going to run and if there's going to be a capital sort of ping pong back and forth between but if we're looking at stacks, we see this has just been on a steady climb to the upside. It's coming into a little bit of an order block right here. This is on the 6-hour chart with the bearish signal. But I think things are a lot of coins are going into a bit of a holding pattern. So I do expect this will likely perform fairly well. We also see, I had Celestia on here as well. Let's get over here to the 6-hour chart. I mean, it kind of looks like the Bitcoin chart zoomed out on the monthly, right?
Yeah, we've all, a lot of people in the channel have been talking about Tia. I think Basement was first though, right, Drew? You guys, I came in late, double-digit area. You guys were talking about it pretty early though,
yeah,
right?
Man, it was nothing I was like fading. I know everyone's worried about the token unlock on Halloween next year, but that's a long time away. You know what I mean?
ARB has a huge dump in March.
Right.
There's closer events to
And
worry
it was
about.
around that time frame where the H-bar fear was about the token unlock with H-bar, and it never really affected me in the price. So I kind of just dispelled those worries in the basement, and it's been up performing.
You know what two coins have top 5 daily issuance?
Who's that?
Bitcoin and Cardano.
Oh.
You don't see me freaking out.
Yeah. Well, I mean, on that note here with Tia, we're pushing up almost into new, basically price discovery, which is, I think as the market starts to run, we have to understand that although you might think you and your friends and other people know about it, that holding it in your circle, new coins, they will see they'll gain a lot of new exposure to the communities, even within the crypto space, as prices performing well, especially if the market is in a bullish trend. Generally, I expect this to perform very well. Also, we could see BNB or Binance coin here, actually pushing up into a bit of almost a bull flag, but still very bullish. And the reason why I say this is because if we come out here, if we just scroll down the list really quick, look at a lot of these coins. So a lot of these coins are rolling over. Matic, look at this. Very bearish sort of setup here. Comp, very bearish. They're all looking very similar. Link, I expect this actually might get a little bit of a bounce here. But Mina, rolling over. A lot of coins are rolling over. And I expect there's going to be a little bit of a breaking of TA trend here when these, I think the market's going to be pretty volatile broadly, and we're going to see capital flowing between a lot of different assets. But I want to zoom out for a second and just say, in the event of everything, not going exactly as planned, where where are we looking? Well, we're currently right now at what Rational Root, this is his platform called Bitcoin Strategy Platform. We're right at that fair value mark right now, just above it. If we were to drop, I mean, the next level down, this is way, I don't expect going to 28,000. I just wanted to point this out where we're at on this trend. We're right where we should be, where we've been in previous cycles pre-halving. So very healthy look there. Now, we still have a great bullishness here with percent supply last active. And another thing I did not pull up here, but I have the Nupal. I don't have the realized profits. But we're getting in a very, very frothy area in terms of where we're at. You see this blue line here. This is the unrealized profits. This is people that have been basically bought lower and how many people are in profit here. Okay, we're getting into kind of levels that we've seen previous cycles that when we tap into this level, we saw a bit of a pullback. In the 2018, 2019 case, this was a pretty substantial pullback. I think it totaled over 70% with including the black swan here. But if you did not include that, that's still like a 55% pullback. Do I think that's going to happen? I think we're going to get a little bit minimized pullback, but I do think we're going to get one. But I think it's going to be sometime later in February or March. I think right now it's all about the bull. The open interest got a little bit cleared out with that big move we saw a few days ago. Really cleared out. Look how high this open interest was, and we're back to a healthier sort of state of the market. So where we're at with Bitcoin, as we wrap this up, let's go down here on the 4-hour chart and say what the heck is going on. Where are we going? Let's turn on some of the indicators and all the lines and everything. Okay, well, we've broken out of this triangle, the symmetrical triangle here. And look at this. This is something I want everybody to pay attention to. See this breakout to the upside. And then the price comes back down and breaks below the support line here and then comes back up. We're going to see, I think, a little bit of this going in to tomorrow, just like we saw a couple days ago, actually even here on this 4-hour candle. Look at this. We're going to get some impulses because people get over leveraged and the markets move and do basically cascading liquidations, which is why you get this quick move, flushes out that open interest, gets back to healthy. So don't just go all in and walk away from the computer. Don't go on anything unless it's your long-term holder portfolio. Things are looking very bullish, but on a technical level, we are at a point right now where we could see a little bit of a dip. But I think all in all, things are going to be consolidating into that news tomorrow. And then it's going to be, I think, lift off from there.
Lift off from there. And part of the reason it's a money war. The money war behind the scenes for these Bitcoin ETFs is heating up right now. And right now, it's the fee wars, and it is a race to the bottom, everybody. And as far as Dirty Gary's tweet, we talked about that on ATB's episode last night. Go check that out. We give you a full breakdown of what we feel about his tweet in this article. In this video, we'll explore how these applicants are giving lower fees. So BlackRock offering 0.3%, and then it will drop to 0.2% for the first 12 months or until $5 billion in volume is reached. Volume, that is a key thing right there. ARK, compelling fee of 0.25%, Galaxy 0.59%, VanEck 0.25. I like to tweet. I tweeted about this. So there's old Chucky Ho Ho, as people like to call him there. Here is the link for the video if you want to check that out. Here is our Cardano upgrades for 2024 video, and we keep scrolling, and we finally find it right here. Here are the respective Bitcoin ETF fees. Coming in, BlackRock will be the cheapest after Bitwise, and we were joking how Bitwise pulled a Price is Right. 0.25, 0.25, 0.24.
I think I just saw right before we went live, they moved it down to 0.2.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. So the fee wars is continuing to heat up even as I'm reading the article. That's how much it is heating up. We can't even keep up with it. And VanEck, like I said, VanEck looking to have ETFs trading on a Thursday, according to the CEO here, expecting approval with trading to start on Thursday. So pretty excited if we get the trading on Thursday. And who are the clear winners? Investors are the clear winners as these fee battles just comes lower and lower. Makes it, to me, a lot more attractive. So if you look at, imagine you don't know anything about Bitcoin, but you're in control of, say, $10 million for your company, and you're walking in at some sort of like ADP level meeting, and you're worried about like 401ks and allocations, and someone says, oh, well, we have this gold ETF, and the fee, that's 0.6%. But you've heard this thing about a digital gold, and you're like, well, why is that fee 0.2%? Oh, yeah, I don't know if you want that. That's volatile. well, why is the fee lower? And then you start thinking, they're making money off the fees. They're making money off of me. And the free market has gotten these fees lower and lower and lower versus some of these other ETFs. I mean, do you think BlackRock is going to allow there to be 15 Bitcoin ETFs 20 years from now? Or are they going to gobble up some of these companies?
Well, they're going to gobble. I think they're going to gobble some of them up. And I think the ones that get approved initially are going to be the ones that are going to be around for the next, 1 to 3 years. And I think that's going to actually, it might whittle down a little bit over time beyond that. I don't think somebody coming in 4 years, for instance, with the ETF is really going to stand a chance. But to the point you just made about the fees, the other thing we have to consider is it's not just the fees on these ETFs that's going to be an incentive for people, but money managers that have some idea to look forward, because we are investors. We're supposed to be looking forward, not backwards. And those fund managers, those market managers that are a part of these different funds working with retail clients, the ones that are looking to the future see that Bitcoin is a tangible, real asset in terms of harnessing your future. And the world is moving in that direction. I think that's one aspect. The other aspect is I think a lot of money managers are also going to be incentivized to push people to this new product. They make money when they sign up with new different products. And I think BlackRock and ARK and Bitwise, they're going to be incentivizing as well as index funds out there looking to gain new exposure to stuff, incentivizing getting people to sign up to something like this. So I think there's going to be a huge, huge fund. In fact, fun fact, just before I got on the stream, setting up for the BitLab show, there's roughly $48 to $50 trillion in the US alone of money in funds and banks and all this stuff that's earmarked for this type of investment, not specifically Bitcoin, but for these broad range of investments. And so what percentage of that is going to be attributed and, reallocated over to Bitcoin?
And as we saw earlier, Bitcoin only reached a $1.25 trillion market cap. So it won't take much to move that thing. Truck Dano, would an ETF approval lead to a decrease of trading volume on exchanges? I think it's a double-edged sword. So on one level, yeah, you're going to have that boring institutional guy that market buys 100K of Bitcoin on Coinbase once a month, something like that. Sure, that person does exist. And then that person is going to be removed from the volume there. Okay, so I got you. On that level, it's going to be decreased. But at the same time, we're going to see more and more people talking about Bitcoin ETFs, talking about Bitcoin just elsewhere, and seeing it on Fox Business News, seeing it on CNBC, seeing it on Motley Fool newsletter. And then I think that will lead to increased volume. So on one hand, it will be decreased. I think long term, it increases the volume. Kelly's stepping away. He's going to try to figure out. You just sign into your YouTube too. It doesn't have to be the editing one. We lost chat. So we're gonna. He's trying to sign into a different YouTube account here. If that doesn't work, just sign into your old personal. If you still remember it.
She's sending me the password.
And do the whole thing. Yeah, we got to have a system here, 14 steps. All right, hold Bitcoin for the next couple of months, according to Masari, Ryan Selkis, the CEO here, 2-bit idiot. So he's saying the investment strategy, holders amid a potential upward rally in the expected bull cycle. Investors should ideally hold on to Bitcoin for the next few months, then take some gains as the MVRV crosses 2 to 3 here. So kind of the things that you can see at the BitLab Academy. I would say if just sign in to, okay, she's got it. Here, let's show it. Go full screen here. People want to see behind the scenes. Already gone. Associate producer.
It's right here on the right side. Oh.
Okay, so we got a whole thing going on here. Bloomberg's Mike McGlone predicts the end of Bitcoin's rally. Who's going to take Bitcoin's thunder? Oh, gold. Gold is going to outperform. Now, I don't think gold's going to outperform Bitcoin for the year, but I do think gold is going to have a good year. And let me show you, folks, we're going to do a little live TA on gold here. I think I could just find gold. BitTrex, sure. Why not? We are at a pivotal moment. Oh, what the heck is this? This isn't even gold asset prices. No, because I'm in crypto. Okay, gold price, US ounce. We go to the weekly here. This is a very, very important level. And look at this trend line, folks. If we can turn this 2K level into support, I expect a pretty large breakout, maybe in the magnitude of like this run up, which is a $500 run up or a $700 run up. So $2,500 to $2,700 gold. That's my prediction. But we got to turn that bullish. Guys, I wish you could see what's happening over here. We got 18 people trying to pull up YouTube chat. Kelly, I just wanted you to pull up your personal YouTube. Do you know your personal YouTube?
No.
You don't know your personal YouTube?
No.
What, do you watch YouTube? You're a YouTuber.
I do, but it's got like 2FA and passwords.
Okay, it's a whole thing. All right,
Shit's
we
secure.
are back. We are back. I can read Bob from accounting and Sinister Silverado. He will not sell Bitcoin until it is over $1 million. Feel free to take profit before then, please. Let's see here. Gold is a safe asset just in case. Do TA on silver. All right, let me tell you the most exciting, and then we're going to go back into some, I think I need to do silver gold chart here. Silver gold ratio. How would one find this? SILGOL. Silver gold. The ratio of silver to gold is at historic lows. Here, I can just find it. Silver price. We go here. Silver cost in an ounce. So you saw gold knocking on all-time highs. So why is silver so far down from its all-time high? If we pull this chart right here, come back down, it's down 53%. Meanwhile, gold's at an all-time high. Why is that such a huge disparity here?
Yeah, it's not great. The prepper community is all about silver and gold and stuff like that. And my mind's just thought through the whole process 100 times over. And you know what? If the power grid goes out and you're trying to barter with gold, the probably person with lead is actually the more precious metal.
Yeah, brass and lead is going to be better off. But I will say this, Drew, you are bartering. All right, this is this future world where Drew he's a king. He's a warlord. He has 17 vassals working underneath him. I'm one of them, and I feel lucky.
Yeah, it's great.
So this is the future, all right? It's a Walking Dead. It's a full-blown apocalypse situation here. What are you more likely to be able to buy some chicken feed with? Silver or gold? I feel like it's silver.
Yeah,
Because it's easier to denominate.
It is easier. Like, yeah, cutting. That's why the divisibility of gold and silver came into my mind when I was choosing Bitcoin or these precious metals. The divisibility of it is just not there, and we are in a very electronically connected
People got
world,
strong
so.
feelings. Silver is Dogecoin. Silver is a meme coin. Okay, silver, no, only for the werewolves. I don't know if that'll be part of the apocalypse if we get one. All right, silver is down because of JP Morgan. Surprising. I've seen similar things. You know, it is manipulated to the downside. There's a lot of paper silver being sold relative to real silver. I don't know if that's true or not. It's just what I've heard. And people love... what is it? What's AG? Yeah, people love AG, if you know what that element is. All right, we do have a big winner for the ETFs. A lot of people say Coinbase. Coinbase is the big winner. There's someone that's actually working even closer with BlackRock, VanEck, 21, all these other participants, and that is Jane Street. If you don't know Jane Street, if you don't know the whole story here, you might not see too much here, but Jane Street is kind of known as being affiliated with 3-letter agencies.
Yeah.
Also affiliated with, guess who met there, Kelly? Do you know who met at Jane Street?
Is it SBF and Caroline?
It is. Caroline and Sam Bankman-Fried met at Jane Street. So it's well-connected people, is my understanding there. And if you looked at Sam Bankman's parents, let's just say, 21-year-old college grad, you're not exactly, especially if you've seen Sam Bankman-Fried talk, probably didn't ace that interview. You know what I mean? Probably, I'm just guessing here. And again, this is all speculation. And maybe it's because I came from nothing and, I'm seeing someone with a silver spoon. Maybe I'm jaded here. I'm assuming his parents being that well connected maybe had something to do with his getting a job at Jane Street. Maybe it's related. Maybe it had something to do with it.
Yeah, I mean,
or maybe he aced the interview.
I mean, that we could go deep there. It goes all the way down to, if we want to talk about, it's what's known as structural violence. It's a phrase that I learned there when I was studying anthropology at Columbia, and here I am doing crypto. But no, I do think there was probably some circumstances which tailored his way to that. But despite everything that he did and how wrong he was, you can't deny that he's a smart guy. It's too bad that he used it for the wrong reasons.
All right, and everybody, we do have a competition every Friday. Tag us in your Blowfin trades. Let's see. I kind of want to just. Yeah, let's see. All right. I got a slight long, so we're gonna re-enter, but we're gonna have a very, very tight stop loss. I might come in right below that wick. That way, if I lose out, I'm not losing too much there. But we are moving up the wins, so that means the losses will move up as well. So you got to be careful out there, folks. They will try to shake you out of the markets. But speaking of shaking out, they're trying to shake out Bitcoin because of its fatal flaw. That is right. Regulators saying Bitcoin, the fatal flaw, how Bitcoin's creator unwittingly paved the way for regulatory takeover. So what are they talking about? What are the reasons regulators have to come after Bitcoin? Well, they're saying, hey, it was good intentions. And that definition and distinction, they left a loophole to come after the digital asset. They're saying the stability, and without the network and asset understanding, they have to come from the network here. All right, so this has been done indirectly by censoring exchanges. The decentralized nature and lack of backing by any government raises concerns about its stability, potential impact on traditional finance systems. I like how the government is saying, since you're not tied to a government, I can't trust your stability. But meanwhile, all of us watching know being tied to a government harms stability. But not most people are going to understand that distinction.
Yeah, I mean, Bitcoin is an entire narrative shift, right? It's not just, hey, here's money. It's a cultural thing. It's a money thing. It's a store of value. It changes dynamics of so many different things, which is why it's such a disruptive technology. And I think that, bizarrely, I think one of the reasons why it's the most disruptive is because of its transparency. And governments do not like the idea that everything is listed there, which is funny because they want to go after people for doing illicit activities, but they don't talk about, actually, you should probably want them to do it on crypto because everything's tracked. But that means they would be held accountable too for their actions, which is why I think they push back there. And then in addition to that, the fact that they can't actually have control over that monetary instrument. And it's sad that I thought, especially in the US, it's supposed to be a country that's for the people, by the people, right?
Yeah.
And somehow the thing that would be the best, not only for US citizens, but for people all over the world, especially in developing countries, best asset in history also provides them access to freedom. And why is it limited?
Is anyone at home, and Drew, you probably experienced this, Kelly, maybe you've experienced this. You ever say to someone, well, yeah, the government has a monopoly on violence. And you're like, you just kind of, it's just such a normal sentence to come out of your mouth. And then they look at you like,
yeah,
what the hell are you smoking? When did you turn into Dale from King of the Hill? And you're like, I'm not, wake up.
Yeah.
You just want to shake them. All right, well.
My favorite, though, is when people say, but Bitcoin comes from nothing. I say, well, tell me where the US dollar comes from. And they're like, what?
Yeah, my favorite, King of the Hill moment is this. Full screen.
Oh, okay. Let's go.
Pocket sand.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, the lint. I actually had lint. Lint actually attacked Kelly there. I didn't mean to disrespect you by actually throwing lint at you. I meant to throw air at you.
No, it's all
Kelly.
good. No,
So,
it didn't hit me. I was acting with you.
Okay. Yeah, I violently threw lint at him because this is a hostile workplace.
Yeah,
all right,
that's how I got pink eye.
Oh my.
Whoa. Well, I gave it to. Look, we're not going to talk about that story. All right. Speaking of the pinks. IRS mandate. Hey, I like how I have a 1950s communist reference there. IRS mandate the pinkos, rapid reporting for 10K crypto gains. We've talked about this and we're seeing conflicting information. Now it looks like the IRS requires completing this form within 15 days if you receive over 10K in crypto for trade or business, needing a name, social security number, and full address. It applies to individuals in trades like mining, day trading, even without an incorporated business. I think it's for accredited investors, though. They're being loose with the language here to make it seem like it's you.
It has to do, it's not just like every single person out there. If you make a $10,000 trade on a DEX, you need to do this. It has to do, if you're basically doing it for a business service. And it's 100% right in line from my understanding. It could be wrong, but from the people I've spoken with, it's right in line with the same provisions and regulations that are on $10,000 transactions in US and fiat as well. So there's nothing new there. And if anything at all, what it does is it gives, we're stepping more into that regulated world where all of us in the Wild West here are like, no. But in reality, we also still want to see the price go astronomically high. And you don't get that without regulatory clarity and all these things being set for institutions to be involved with it.
All right. People love pocket sand. Apparently, I struck a chord with that one. Hit that like button if you like pocket sand. Also, hit that like button if you hate sand. It's coarse and it gets everywhere, like Anakin.
Well, if people want to go walk on the beach, I'm like, listen, I'll walk to the beach and you guys can go walk. I'm not a fan of walking because it rolls my ankle and I just...
I used to have a little bit more fun when I was younger. And when I was 19 years old, I ate some psilocybin and went to the beach. And I've never had an issue with sand after that. I was pouring sand all over myself and it felt good. And so I don't even mind saying like being in bed sheets or shoes or anything. It flipped a switch in my brain, and I don't know why. Blame the portobellos, I'll say.
Therapy.
All right.
Therapy.
Yeah, it was for medicinal purposes. All right, gold rush. I was 19, okay? Gold rush continues. We're talking about gold. We're going to bring it full circle here. Central Bank purchased 44 tons in November, looking like a whole lot there. So according to public records and reports from the IMF, central banks across the globe added 44 tons of gold to their coffers. Who led the charge? The Bank of Turkey. Who's been in the news about, EU leaders are pissed at this country?
Yep, it was Turkey, and they're entering hyperinflation right now. So, a sickness over here is a death sentence over there comparatively to the inflation rate right now. So they got to make some moves.
Got to make some moves over there. Well, central banks continuing their gold rush in November, and it looks like they continue to add tons and tons of gold here. Each ton 2,000 pounds. So. What are we looking at there? 88,000 pounds of gold. That's a whole lot of gold. According to Steve Hankey, economist and professor of applied economics, the accumulation of the central banks in developing nations have to do with uncertainty surrounding the field of fiat currencies, aka the decline of the U.S. dollar. Nonetheless, the World Gold Council. Oh, imagine. All right. So these people who love gold, well, they have a gold prediction. Oh, I wonder what their gold prediction is from the people who love gold. Gold will have a flat performance in a soft landing scenario. Okay, well, that's actually surprisingly neutral there. All right, well, flat landing. Okay, what are your thoughts on turning 2K into support, Drew? Is that possible? I know you're in the gold scene. What are the preppers saying? Are they saying, coming soon? Or are they saying like $50 silver next?
No, I mean, there's always been the call for the 10K gold ounce, but I think turning 2K into support does look pretty likely for gold right now. And, you're seeing China and Turkey and all these other countries stacking gold in the background to kind of hoist up their fiat that's dying. They're doing this in the background. It's going to hold its value and it's going to continue going up. I don't poo-poo on gold's value going up over time. It's just I experience a better upward trajectory on Bitcoin. So
okay, all right. Upward trajectory for Bitcoin. Are we talking about Andrew Tate's wallet balance?
Well, probably that too.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute here. Andrew Tate may receive 21 seized Bitcoin, now worth 88% more. This is after he got a win in a Romanian court, a minor win, opening the door for him to begin the process to recover his assets, including the 21 Bitcoin. I think they got him for some cars as well. Yeah. So they got him for some cars. Okay, luxury cars, property, and designer watches, and 21 Bitcoin. These were in the seized assets that belonged to Tate and his brother Tristan, who looks shockingly like Gary Gensler's twin brother. Together, they're accused of a whole litany of charges, but they weren't charged. That's so weird. So they weren't, I don't know. It's weird Romanian stuff. All right. CFTC urges policymakers to regulate DeFi. All right. So CFTC, once again, in the battle with the SEC over who can control crypto. And CFTC, they're throwing their weight around, trying to regulate some DeFi here. Why? They're to ensure the safety of the U.S. financial system, consumers, and national security. Yeah, it's not to protect the big banks, though. It has nothing to do with protecting the big banks. DeFi remains at a risk of illicit activity. So does cash. So does gold bars found in Bob Menendez's closet. In his safe. So does, what was the number one thing used for illicit activity? It's the Shell Corporation game. Yeah. Almost like, I can't remember the statistic. I'll just make something up. Like 88% of illicit financial crimes were done playing was like shell corporations. Does that surprise you?
No.
Seems low almost.
Yeah, I mean, not at all. I mean, it's funny how sometimes people get, dinged for doing something illegal on a minuscule scale, and then you have these other institutional players and characters. People out there, not characters, but people out there in the world that are at the top level of different executives, and they have all these different shell corporations to hide their money in different ways so they don't have to do this or that. And then this person over here gets dinged because they didn't pay $1,000 on their taxes. It's like, it's kind of ridiculous to me.
Pretty ridiculous. All right. Pete, fire up. I like Bottom G. That's the one who dances, right? The guy that looks like him that dances. Have you seen the Bottom G? It looks, all right. Just, you see Tristan Tate, you see Gary Gensler's brother. You're like, okay, I see some similarities. You see Bottom G and Top G. The guy really looks like him, but better dancing moves. Let's see. I do 200 to 1 silver to gold. starting to do 100 to 1 because that much silver gets heavy. Okay, Bob. Okay. Yeah, I mean, if you're buying gold versus silver a year or two ago, I mean, you're better off buying gold. I feel like that trend will reverse at some point, though. All right, Troll is up. Good, congrats on that one. Now it's going to be down 99% eventually, so be careful. All right, Redacted Cartel embraces Chainlink CCIP or enhance cross-chain capabilities. So we're seeing the CCIP get used more and more. This is Perex ETH, so it's kind of a staking ETH protocol right there. Injective turns bullish amidst a 100% token unlock. What is next? So it looks like they had a pretty large unlock there. Let's see here. To understand what caused the price correction, they're looking at their liquidation heat map. And liquidation skyrocketed when its price reached the $41 mark. And then the high sell-offs initiated a bear rally, pushing the price down. Let's see. Solana, 2,500 monthly developers amid price and activity surge. This isn't a Solana thing. This is a crypto thing. I always get suspicious when I see monthly active developers, especially when we saw, was it two brothers pretending to be billions in TVL,
Yes.
pretending to be multiple protocols, writing several smart contracts, pretending to be several people. Oh, I just get a little bit suspicious, but
Hey,
Solana's on the way
I
up.
got hoodwinked into that. I forget what it was. It was like
Hoodwinked.
Sunny and
Sunny Madra?
No, it was Sunny was the name of the token.
Oh, okay.
And then another one, Sunny Aggregator or something. Another one was I can't remember the other, Saber. And they were part of that whole that where the volume was faked, where they were just buying and selling between the projects and moving capital, making it look like there was this huge growth. And then when that got rugged, all those projects just completely evaporated. That's why you got to make sure, just because somebody talked about something, whether it's even us, when you hear somebody talking about something, don't make that excite you and you go, I'm going to catch up to everybody, and you throw your whole life savings into it only to end up with nothing. This is why you need to make sure you diversify and be more heavily weighted in Bitcoin and Ethereum and some of these other top L1s.
What were those projects again?
Sunny and Saber.
Sunny, Saber. Saber's the paper company. Where is it? Scranton, right? Sorry. I'm sorry. It was just a bad setup for season 8 Office reference. Let's see here. I think it was season 8. Monero. Monero is where the attention needs to be. NV Capital. Not people. VCs, regulators hate privacy coins. That's why you don't see much action with privacy coins. Zcash and Monero. Zcash, one of my worst performers ever. As far as like, hey, this is a project I believe in, solid. Smart people seem to like it. I'm not talking about a meme coin that fell 99.9%. Yeah, we all know those are, destined to go to zero if they don't blow up. Yeah, that is probably my biggest loser is Zcash. That was one of those, I think I still have like one Zcash just sitting, just not doing anything. Let's actually pull it up. It's ZEC, if I'm not mistaken here, Zcash. ZEC.
Man,
Jesus Christ! It is down 8% today. That was a interesting launch there. So let's do this. All right, that's a little. Oh my God, that looks like an XRP chart.
Yeah,
I am not interested in this coin much longer. I'll say that. If there's a spike, I'm looking to just deploy that almost. Oh my God, it's $20. Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
it's still looking bearish at this posture as well. It's not. It's not looking like it wants to. This was an exit push right here. Everybody got out and boom. Now it's just.
I remember
free fall.
not exiting. I remember, enjoying somewhat of a run up. This is the 2021 price spike. So you see, here's Bitcoin's first peak. There's Bitcoin's second peak. I don't know where I got in, somewhere around here. And I remember this. I remember thinking like, oh, should I sell? Nah, I'm long term. And I remember this plummet was just so sudden, so sharp, so quick. I just gave up on selling. I don't even know what to do with this thing except just sit on it and hold it like an idiot. And that's what I've been doing ever since. We have some Solana news here. OKX, Liz Bonk, and how do you say this one? JTO? JTO? I'm not.
Cheeto.
It is plummeting to monthly lows, but Bonk, 20% pump today. So if you bought because you're like, oh, it's super, super low, you're doing pretty good. And now they have another prediction. Ape has just been doing terrible. Probably also I can't really call this a loser because it was free, but I definitely should have sold a lot more. I sold half day one and I kind of rode the rest, start staking it. I've now restaked my way back to my original position in tokens, but fiat wise, I'm way, way down. Let's look at Ape. You ready to feel bad for DZ? Now, again, this is free. So honestly, you can't feel bad. You know, everything here is in profit.
Hey, man, you're diversified. It's okay if you take some losses when you got other stuff going up.
I'm not kidding. Me and Talk. All right, so this was the other deed launch right here. So they did a mint, and that was the peak. But before the mint, there was a merch launch. And I remember me and Taco buying the merch. I may have rebought the token. I honestly don't remember. Because like I spent my Ape to buy a hoodie and a hat and some other stuff. I remember thinking like, shouldn't I rebuy the Ape after I buy this clothing? I may have rebought
so you didn't
it.
feel like a faker? Like,
Yeah, well, no, so I didn't reduce my exposure. I was like, no, man, I'm long-term bullish. They have this mint coming up, and I didn't sell any of the token when it was above $20.
Do you think Bored Apes are going to come back this bull market, D?
Yeah, I do. Other deeds, I'm sorry, the other side demo is probably the number one reason why I'm bullish on it. I can probably, maybe don't share this just because I don't know what's going to pop up, but the other side demo was 18 months ago, probably something like that, and nothing has really come close to matching it. Let's see. I might have to go back. Mother side, yeah. So it was July 18th, 2022. I said 18 months ago, pretty much on the mark right there. And they had thousands upon thousands of people. Let's see here. If I hit media, it might give us just the screenshot. There's the famous video where it's just all the people testing it at once. Again, this is probably risky scrolling.
Yeah,
scrolling media on
deep.
X account now. Even though it's my account, my account's pretty curated. But their demo did fantastic. I expect in the 18 months since they've been building Yuga Labs, who'd they hired? You guys remember who they hired?
Oh, it was a big hire. They got
Activision CEO.
That's who it was.
They hired the Activision CEO. So, you know, they had something awesome 18 months ago. They hired the Activision CEO. And I'm assuming in the meantime, they've been building. Is this it right here? Really loved it. Yeah, I think I got it here. So this, I don't know.
That looks great.
Yeah, this, some clips and stuff. Oh, that's not even it. So yeah, they got cool clips 18 months ago. That's so far ahead of all other Web3 games. Not really. I mean, there's some that's like a playable mobile style game. What they're trying to do is more like a Fortnite or something like that.
Yeah. I remember the game was pretty good. Like the gamified program.
Dookie Dash was fun.
Dookie Dash was good.
The heavy metal game sucked though, but Dookie Dash was fun. I was playing Dookie Dash every day. And trust me, there's a lot of games where it's like, oh, you play this every day, you get $5. I was playing Dookie Dash like for free. Like it was just kind of fun. It was a Subway.
I never played
Subway running style game, you know, where it's just like you got to avoid obstacles and how long can you go, Flappy Bird style. What else do we got any questions? We got an XRP army. We gotta talk about XRP army. All right, where we got here? Ninja alerts. Okay. All right, here we go. Ripple CTO XRP army locking heads over the firm's massive XRP stash. We've talked about, you know, they have a certain amount that they release every month. Most ends up in escrow. Some is sold on the open market. I'm sorry, over the OTC here. Let's see here. So in this post shared, Ripple Labs CTO defended the recent massive XRP dump. This is coming amongst chatter amongst the community because they're getting kind of pissed about all the XRP that you're selling here. In another tweet, Short stated that the initial plan for the XRP stash was to use it for giveaways, incentivize partnerships, and drive adoption. On whether a burn was possible, I can't think of any set of events that would lead to that happen that's even remotely probable. I also don't think it would have any real benefits. That's a load of bullcrap. Will burning XRP lead to benefits? I can't think of a community that would get more excited for a token burn.
Right. Yeah. It's
I mean,
been a lot of dumping. Yeah. It's been pretty painful watching the dumps. It was every month they dump on us. So it's, you know, I mean, please do. Can someone call the devs, you know? Just call the devs.
All right. So here's what they have. They disclose they have 41 billion locked in an escrow account. And every month, 1 billion locked XRP is released into circulation, most of which returns to the escrow account. Now they have 5.2 tokens in corporate accounts for operational use. Ripple estimated to release all the tokens in the next 42 months. The earliest timeline for the 41 billion to be exhausted is early 2027. What's your thoughts on XRP? Hate it? Hate it, trade it?
I used to really like the idea of XRP, but I feel like over the last year, I thought a lot more about it. I still think I still think it does have a use case, but I've kind of shifted gears personally, and all of you can think what you want, but I kind of shifted gears from thinking it was going to be something that was going to be really, really tied in with reshaping the banking system with Swift and all that, especially when Chainlink got involved there as well. and there's other projects out there as well. And why would banks be giving away this thing when they can, with this access point, this service, this utility? When you see JP Morgan, they launched their coin, they're transacting billions of dollars a day on that. It kind of undercuts the utility and projection for what XRP can do when you see banks are just able to do that themselves.
All right, did get stopped out. I lost a steak sandwich, but we're going to continue to look at this, see if we can see any, some bullish divergence hiding in some of these charts, and we'll be ready to maybe put in another position because I feel like some of these coins definitely want to bounce from some of these levels. If we go to the 4-hour chart on Cardano, it's a very, very important point there. You can see it acting as support. We'll see. 50 cents. And it's a huge psychological
But watch
number.
for some of these charts. Even though I was saying they're bearish, I think this is one of those emotional triggers that market makers do. And I think that, especially with the bullishness that's coming, I do think the altcoins are likely going to get some pretty good bullish price action following Bitcoin as well. So even though these structures look fairly bearish, I think there's going to be some setups for some.
Looks like a little bearish divergence on Bitcoin's 4-hour. Kelly, can you just maybe throw the screen up and see what we're looking at here, or maybe share on your own chart? It looks like we peaked, like 12 right around there, and then we had another peak. But the market's RSI, the price is higher. The RSI is lower though. What are you seeing? Are you seeing something similar
on the 4-hour?
On the 4-hour, like this little peak right here to this little peak right here.
I can't see where you're.
This little peak right there. This little peak right here. Looks like RSI is slightly lower with the higher price.
Yeah, there's some bearish divergence here on the stochastics, RSI, and the momentum. There's a little bit, but again, there's going to be some what do you call it? Some hedging, some uncertainty that's coming into the market. We're coming up on the golden pocket, which is right at $48,000. And so take the ETF out of this. We're coming into an area that there was already going to be some expected likely profit taking coming into that zone. So I think things right now, barring these divergences, looking back to, January, the beginning of this year, not earlier this week, really. I'm not looking at divergences on this right now. The ETF news, denial, rejection, or delay is going to be what drives the next price movement on Bitcoin.
I like ICP. It's one of the last 3 assets I've been buying. ICP, was it TIA and GMX, I think. So we've been doing pretty good on most of those there. Let's see here. Hedging okay, that was good. I thought I was going to say shorting. I said something else. I like Rocky Bobby here. The problem with Cardano is that the community is more active on social media than their own chain. I did countless Cardano transactions yesterday, so I've been playing around on MinSwap. So yeah, but that being said, I probably tweeted more than I did transactions. ICP, we look at the daily chart. We are long-term bullish, but look, this is it's a little overbought here. It's moved up pretty quickly. This is, we're heading into a bull market, so don't be surprised if it has another leg up. But there might be a correction around the corner. We don't mind buying some of these levels. I felt like a fool buying these sub $10 levels because we just had that pump and then we pumped again. So, maybe it'll play out a second time. But yeah, there you go, Chris P, our ICP 2 cents there. You got 2 cents on ICP?
Same, very different narrative than Solana, but married to the same sort of trouble that they had with the tying in with FTX and SBF. FTX and SBF. It's a lot of letters there.
Devs like it.
But I think it got unnecessarily suppressed, and I think it's probably going to do great things this cycle. Also jumping into the BitLab Discord here. By the way, if you guys aren't in the Discord, get in there. There's a free section as well with a lot of community involvement. Some of our top team members here and professional traders in here sharing some great charts lately here on FTM and H-bar setups, exactly where we should be looking for take profits. There's so much going on in the Discord, so make sure you're checking out what's going on in here because it's growing every day. And Joshua Jake, he's going to be having an area here where he's sharing watch lists. DZ's going to be sharing trades in here. And there's going to also be classroom sessions that we're doing in here. And TA Tim has his own section in here now as well. Where's it at? TA Tim. He's going to be, he does regular basically breakdowns of what's going on in the market, all in here for the members. So get involved with BitLab. You can check out more also at bitlabacademy.com. And remember, we're coming up on the most important time in the government's financing, and that is doing your taxes. So make sure you're checking out decrypted.tax if you want to get ahead of the curve on getting all your tax stuff handled. And remember, trade with us over on
Ooh,
Bluefin.
and go to my screen real quick. Cardano bleeding through, and this is why you have tight stop losses, folks.
Yep.
I was right there around
Boom.
these wicks.
Quick
and
move.
yeah, it is a quick move to the downside. So I think me and Kelly, we're about to go look at the charts, everybody.
But
go join us in the Discord.
I just did remember we're just about to hit on the BitLab YouTube. We're just about to hit 10,000. Will it be today? Come and participate in getting us over 10,000 there in under a year. So big love to everyone of the BitLab crew. If you are from the BitLab fam here, community, drop a lab coat in chat. I'll be going live directly after this stream, breaking down these charts, breaking down some really cool things going on regarding the ETF and what you got to watch out for.
All right, and I think I might put in a very, very tight one on the trading chart. So, all right, that's all we got. Make sure you use our Blowfin link if you want to get in on all these giveaways where we give away money every Friday, Tether. So check us out there. We'll see you in the basement, in the lab, maybe around the blockchain. That's all we got.
Adios, muchachos.
Bye.